Good morning. Race 275, C1 Women, 200 meters, U23,
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Sunday in Szeged. Look at that, 18 degrees at the moment. I think we're heading for a little bit warmer than that, but it is a glorious Sunday morning here in the Hungarian city of Szeged, the spiritual home of canoe sprint racing. We are bringing you the final day of competition in the 2022 ICF Junior and Under-23 Canoe Sprint World Championships. We've had some cracking competition already, and today, look at this. Look at the lineup coming your way very, very soon. Lots of top-class racing in a lot of Olympic distance events, and later on today, of course, the 5,000 metres, which we are very excited about as well. My name is Ross Solly. Sitting alongside me, she's been here tirelessly for the last 2 days, and she managed to squeeze in a training session after 3.5 hours of commentary yesterday. What an iron woman she is, Jenny Egan. Great to have you here again. Thank you for coming back.
Thanks, Ross. Delighted to be here again today on the final day of these World Championships. And as you said, it's a lovely sunny day. There's a little bit of a crosswind at the moment, so we're in for some exciting racing throughout many distances, 200 meters, 500 meters, and my favorite, 5,000 meters later today.
Yeah, it's going to be a crackerjack program, lots and lots of finals. Now, unfortunately, we do have to start with some disappointing news, and Jen and I are both absolutely gutted about this, but unfortunately, because of scheduling issues this afternoon, the Hungarian TV network, which has brought us great pictures, and I must say the coverage has been fantastic with the cameras around the course, etc. But because they have a scheduling conflict, we will not be able to bring you the junior 5,000 metre races this afternoon. And I have to say that we're both quite disappointed about this, aren't we, Jen? Because we were very much looking forward to it. We will have the under-23 5,000 metre races, but unfortunately, because the Hungarian TV network, I think, have a football match or something that they've got to go and cover, pack up and go and set up for. And it's a big operation. It takes a lot to take everything down and then transport and then set it up somewhere else. So unfortunately, we won't be able to bring you those races, which, yeah, I know it's very disappointing for a lot of people, and believe you me, no more so than Jen and I, who were very much looking forward to those races.
Yeah, for sure, Ross. We're really looking forward to commentating on both the under-23 and juniors. So it's unfortunate, but hopefully things will change for future competitions.
Well, when we get enough money to have our own TV network and we can just do what we want, that will be the day, because
maybe someone listening is like into TV and they'll
got some money. They just say, why doesn't the ICF have their own television network, and then they can just broadcast everything all the time. Anyway, before that, though, let's focus on the positives, and we've got some great racing straight up. What a race. And already on the YouTube chat, there's a lot of talk there, a lot of fans out there for Sophia Jensen from Canada. The Canadians are out there in force. Look at the lineup. A great field for this C1 Women's 200 metres under-23 final. We have Germany's Belek. We have the current European champion and third in the world last year from Poland, Sprekovic. We have an American in lane 3, Gizilla. We have Jacomi from Spain. We have the Chinese athlete Shui. We have Vanessa Tott, the 500 metre winner from yesterday. And we have Sophia Jensen, the reigning, there she is on screen now, the reigning world champion from Canada. And we have Daniela Couture, third in the Europeans this year from Moldova. And out in the outside lane, the Hungarian Bianca Nagy. What a field. What a field for the first race of the day, Jen.
Yeah, for sure. I think it's going to be a really tight race here in this A final of the C1 Women 200 metres. like you said, a lot of the top contenders in the middle, but also the Hungarian in lane 9. She's a gold medalist from the C2 500 meter yesterday, so she will be a strong contender also. And as you said, Sophia Jensen there, she's had some amount of racing this weekend, but I think she will still have the energy to show us what she can do in this 200 meters. As you said, she's reigning world champion, and I'm sure she'll want to defend her title here today.
And the Canadians have had such a great week, picking up their first gold medal yesterday in the C4. They'd love to have a gold medal to kick today off, and we're underway. So you can see Sophia Jensen in the red shirt, about 3 from the bottom of your screen, and she's gone out fast, the Canadian, the reigning world champion. She's still so young. She's still got a couple of years in front of her in the under-23s, but a lot of challenges coming her way, including over in lane 2. It is the Pole, the European champion, who's gone out the hardest. Katarzyna Sprekovic is the current European champion. She was 3rd behind Sophia Jensen last year in the World Championships, so these two quite familiar with each other. They were both at the Super Cup in Oklahoma recently, but it's a really tight race at the moment. Looks like Sprekovic is actually going a little bit backwards now, and it looks like in lane 4 it might actually be Giacomi from Spain who's got up. Great finish there, and she's pretty happy about that. Antia Giacomi from Spain flew home. Unfortunately for Sprekovic from Poland, over the last 20 meters or so, she really dropped the anchor. And Giacomi is pretty excited about her first world title, as she should be. It's a really strong finish. Let's have a look at the start, and you can see there in lane 2, Sprekovic from Poland got the best of the starts. It was really, it's a real splash and dash, isn't it, the 200, though? You don't have a lot of time to muck around and miss a couple of strokes or miss a little bit of momentum, and it's a really tough job to get back into the race. But if we have a look at the closing stages of the race, and there you have Giacomi clearly first, and next to her I think it's the Chinese athlete Shui who got 2nd, and maybe Sophia Jensen took the bronze. So I think it was gold to Spain, silver to China, and the bronze going to Canada. Is that the way you read it?
Yeah, that's what it looks like to me also, Ross. Very close racing at the end there.
And there's confirmation. Not a lot of distance between the top 3, and Zekovic from Poland dropping back to 4th. Good result there for the American, Gazilla, in 5th, Vanessa Tot, and the Hungarian there back in 7th position. But a good way to start the final day for Spain. A gold medal early for Antia Giacomi, who's been racing a bit around the place and doing a couple of senior World Cups as well. I think she was at the Senior World Championships, and so she'll be pretty happy with a gold medal here to kick the day off.
Yeah, and Sophia Jensen has to be happy also. You know, obviously she's world champion last year, but to be back on the podium again this year, you know, just shows the consistency she brings to racing. And she looks pretty happy there now.
She's had a long year. It's a long year for a young lady out there doing a lot of paddling in all corners of the globe. And you know, the thing is, Jen, the Europeans, they don't have to travel as much as, you know, the athletes from Canada and Australia and New Zealand and Brazil. Every year it's a big commitment for them to basically uproot themselves, come over to the other side of the world. They base themselves there for a couple of months. They're away from home. They're away from their familiar surroundings. And, you know, these are young athletes who, you know, for a lot of them, they're still studying. They've got other commitments they've got to get their head around.
Yeah, for sure, Ross. I experienced it myself there this year, competing at the World Champs in Halifax, and I found the jet lag very hard coming home also, trying to recover within a short space of time before the European Championships. So, you know, as a athlete from Europe, definitely things are a little bit easier for us. We don't have to travel as much every year, and yeah, as you say, some of them kids, you know, only 18-year-olds and then the under 23-year-olds coming over to Europe for possibly 3 or more weeks before competing to prepare, and leaving behind their family and friends for a few weeks and trying to get that balance right in life with their studies or maybe part-time work. So they really need a good support system around them. And I know in Canada They have a great system within their team, and they have Anders Gustafsson, a very well-known paddler throughout his career, multiple medalist at world and European level, and also multiple Olympian. So they have great people in place to give them advice on the balance of life and sport.
Yes, that's so valuable, just having those people who've done it all before. They know how to get the mix right. But a great result there for Antia Giacomi from Spain. Gold in the first event of the day. I'm feeling confident still. I went through the list again last night, Jen, because I've made this bold prediction that Hungary will finish with 23 gold. They've got 17 at the moment. I'm actually starting to feel quite confident that I'll be close to the mark.
Yeah, I think you will, Ross. I think you could be very spot on the money there.
Well, if I'm spot on, I tell you what, I will retire happy.
That's it, your days are done.
That's it, yes. It'll be a...
You can go and focus on your hairstyles.
I experimented with a few different do's last night. Now I've decided to stick with what I know best. This is going to be a great race, Jen. I'm looking forward to this. The K1 Women's Under 23 500-metre final. It is chock-a-block full of quality athletes. Look at that going down the list there. You have athletes Sweden, Slovakia, Germany, the Czech Republic, Poland, Hungary, Australia, Mexico, and Kazakhstan. And wow, it's going to be a really exciting race.
This is going to be a tight one.
It really, really is. We've got the current European champion, Helena Wisniewska from Poland, Esther Rendezi from Hungary. We've got Agnieszka Paladova from Europe. Let's go through the list now, though, as we see them on screen. There's Lisa Gamsijo from Slovakia, third in the European Championships this year. Katinka Hoffmann from Germany, sixth in the European Championships this year. There is Agnieszka Paladova, seventh from the Czech Republic, seventh in the European Championships. Expect a big performance from her here today. Next to her in lane 5, we've got the reigning European champion. There she is, Helena Wisniewska from Poland, and we know how strong the Polish kayak program is. Now the Hungarian Esther Rendezi, she's been paddling for a while. She's, ever since she burst onto the scene, I think, in Jog a couple of years ago, she's really been a consistent paddler. Kaylee Harlan's been really strong, really fast early for the opening first 100 metres. Expect big things from her. Beatriz Briones from Mexico and Daria Petrova from Kazakhstan. Great field.
This is a very strong field. Melina from Sweden, she won a silver medal at the Euros this year in the K1 500 metres, so she is going to be a very strong contender. The Mexican won a bronze medal yesterday in the K2 500 metres. Mexico have just gotten so strong this year in their female category. Like you say, they won a bronze medal in the K4 500 metres in Halifax in the senior women's event, which was a phenomenal result and such a breakthrough for them. So we're definitely going to have some strong racing. Interesting to see what maybe the Australian athlete can do. I'm
expecting she will go out hard early, and maybe she will be leading heading into the halfway stage. Whether she holds on for the 500, that'll be the big challenge, because there are some pretty strong quality athletes there who are going to be very strong over the 500. But we are about to get underway, and we're off and racing in the second final of this Sunday. And you can see Esther Rendezi from Hungary out strong, as is Briones from Mexico. So Harlan from Australia a bit more reserved in her start today, so she's taking a different approach to her semi-final when she went out hard from the outset. In the middle of the field, it looks like it is the reigning European champion, Wisniewska, who's gone out to take the early lead. So Helena Wisniewska from Poland is the early leader. Across here, closest to screen, it's Briones from Mexico, who's chasing her. Next to her, it's Rendezi from Hungary. And in the middle, it's the Australian Harlan. So they are the four at the moment. And across at the top of the screen, we have the Slovakian Gamscha, who's also putting in some hard yards early on. But it is the Pole who's gone out the hardest. She's opened up in a good early lead already at the halfway stage. It's Wisniewska from Poland who's leading. The Mexican Briones second. And the Hungarian Rendezi sitting in third spot. Expect her to come home fast. But wow, it's a good lead at the moment for Wisniewska from Poland. She really has gone out hard early, and she's maintaining that pace. Can anyone pace her down? It's a big task now with only a little more than 100 metres to go. Rendesi now is starting to dig deep, but I don't know that she can make up this ground because Wisniewska is looking stronger as she gets closer to the finish line. This is going to be another kayak gold medal for Poland, I think. It's Helena Wisniewska, already the European champion this year. She's about to add a world title to her catalogue. Fantastic race. Rendesi charging home now to try and get the silver. So silver for Hungary. The race for third is going to be interesting. It could be the Mexican. I think it will be. So gold to Poland, silver to Hungary, and I think the bronze went to Briones from Mexico. But what a really powerful race there from this young lady. Helena Wisniewska from Poland takes another gold in women's kayak for this incredibly strong country. Nearly fell out in celebration, but that was a good race, Jen. She went out hard early and just defied any.
She did. She led from pillar to post, and it's just amazing to see the strength that they have in the women's under-23 category as well. When their seniors are so strong, they really obviously have a very strong program in Poland with lots of up-and-coming athletes that will be pushing through to the senior ranks soon. This is her last year under 23 from what I can see here. So she will be looking to be on the senior team, I'm sure, next year. And the Mexican, wow, what a race by her. Like I say, they've just stepped up such a gear this year. I know this athlete, she was a very good paddler throughout her years also. I think she might have a previous medal from K1 200 metres, so she's definitely of good calibre. The Aussie was very strong there, Ross.
Yeah, she was consistent all
very
the way through.
Consistent. And she is another 2 years under 23, so she's definitely one to look out for in the future.
Yes, indeed. Esther Rendesi, the Hungarian, who picked up the silver. She's still got a couple more years left in under 23. She's only 20, so I can expect she'll be around for a little bit longer in the under 23s and causing some problems in this race. But there is a very happy Pole as she takes a gold medal to add to what's been a really solid performance, and confirmation there. Wisniewska from Poland, the gold medal. Rendesi, the silver, and Briones from Mexico taking the bronze, and the German picked up, Gamstiger picked up the fourth position. As they come back, yeah, Briones was also, she's part of the K4 that won the bronze medal at the World Championships earlier this year, which was an incredible moment for Mexico. And I think really was the moment, Jen, that a lot of people thought, oh, who is this crew?
Yeah, for sure.
Where have they come from? And now they're backing up that form with some good solid results here in Szeged.
Yeah, I know two of the girls in it, and they have been in the senior ranks for many years, and it's great to see the breakthrough that they've made this year. You know, consistent, strong training over the years. A lot of hard work has gone into that medal, and like you say, people just see them now suddenly winning this medal in K4, but they have been around for a long time putting in the hard yards, and you know, you don't always see the hard work that goes into success, except for their support network around them, and it doesn't just happen overnight.
No, it does not. Good to see some Mexican flags here in the crowd as well. So great to have your coverage, great to have your companionship this morning on this broadcast, and do drop us a line on YouTube. Tell us where you're watching from this morning, who you're cheering for. As I said, a lot of Canadians out early this morning cheering on Sophia Jensen, and they would have been pretty excited about her bronze medal. And I'm sure we have a strong contingent of Polish fans watching on as well, and they'd be pretty happy now with another gold medal coming the way of Poland, who, as of last night, they were sitting second on the overall medal tally. Have a guess who was leading, Jen, just off the top of your head.
It's a really hard one, Ross. I don't know, would it be
Yeah.
Would it be Hungary?
Well, interestingly, as of last night, they had 30 medals altogether, the Hungarians, and there'd been 34 races contested. So there were only 4 events
that they didn't medal in
the first 2 days in which they didn't medal. And that is an incredibly consistent result, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yep. So here's the C1 men's 500 metres under 23 final. And of course, this also is now, well, it's a non-Olympic event, of course. In the Olympics, it's 1,000 for the C1. But a good, strong field, and I'm thinking we might see a medal go to Iran in this race, but I don't want to stick my neck out too far because it is a good quality field. We have athletes from Moldova, Iran, Hungary, Italy, China, the Czech Republic, Poland, Mexico, and Spain. Not a lot of exposed form to go on in this distance, but there's the Moldovan Chahawa. There is the paddler from Iran. He's been looking pretty strong this week. Nabi, 4th in the world last year. Zomboro from Hungary, 7th in the world last year. So expect a big improvement this year from him. Cassidy from Italy. We know the Italians are very strong, and he's already shown this week he's in very good form for the Italians. Bowen Yai from China will also give this a really strong shake. Yuri Minarik, who's been a consistent paddler ever since I first saw him at the Youth Olympic Games a couple of years ago. Zazula from Poland. Big, strong boys, aren't they? Eslava from Mexico. And out in lane 9, the athlete from Spain, Fontan, Manuel Fontan. Jen, what do you know of this field?
Yeah, so the Italian, he won a silver medal in the C1 men 1,000 metre yesterday, so I think he'll be a strong contender. The Chinese athlete, he won a bronze medal in the C2 500 metres here at these championships, so they're definitely 2 to look out for, but maybe don't rule out Mexico in lane 8 either. Very strong SIBO paddlers, and like you say, the Iranian in lane 2.
So we're underway in the middle of the course. Keep your eye on Bowen Jai from China. He's a very strong paddler. Minarik alongside him, and as Jen said, Gabriel Cassadi from Italy has also been in good form this week. But again, once again, it's the athlete from Poland showing the way this morning. Is this going to be Poland's day today? It's a very early time to call that, but he has gone out nice and strong. This is a 500-metre race, so you want to make your mark on the race nice and early. And so far, it's Yuri Minarik. It's Norman Zazula from Poland who's taken the early lead. I think he's got the man bun going there, has he, Jen? I need to get another close-up, but I thought I detected a man bun. Across there in lane 4, it looks like the Italian Cassadi there, who's coming through now and putting in some hard yards. And in the middle of the course, it's the athlete from China, Bowen Jai, who's also now making his mark at the halfway stage of this 500-metre race. This is an under-23 C1 men's event. It's Cassadi from Italy, Jai from China, Zazula from Poland. But Jai from China now, he starts to put the foot down, starts to show what he's made of. And this is a really impressive back half of the race for the athlete from China. They are really strong in the men's and women's canoe program. We saw that in the Olympics last year in Tokyo, and they are going to get stronger. You can guarantee that. Look out, Paris, because China is coming through. Bowen Jai in the C1 men's 500-metre under-23 final. This is his race to lose now. He's so far in front, he will hold on, I'm sure. Racing home again, it's the pole. He's got a bit of a second breath to fly home for the silver medal, but no doubt about the winner is Bowen Jai from China. Silver going to Poland, and I think it was the athlete from Italy, Cassadi, who took the bronze, but that is a really strong win. Congratulations to China. Nice mix of the medals in the first 3 races today. Spain, Poland and China sharing the spoils. Good, strong race there, Jen.
Yeah, for sure. I think I saw this athlete warming up on the land this morning, and yeah, you could see he was really focused on the race ahead, and obviously he was very motivated from the bronze medal in the C2 500 metres yesterday, and to top it off by becoming world champion today in the C1 men's 500 metres is something very special, and he has another 3 years on the 23.
I'm just looking at that. He was born in 2002, so he's only 20.
Yeah, so big future.
As is Minarek, by the way, the Czech, and Kayak from Italy. So these three are going to be having a few more battles in the years to come, which is going to be exciting, isn't it, when you see these athletes and you know that they'll go head-to-head both at a senior level and at an under-23 level. Good finish there, well in front of. Good consistent race there from Norman Zazula from Poland to take the silver. And Kayak, he'd be happy with a follow-up there, bronze medal for him in the 500 metres. But you can add there's another event that Hungary don't pick up a medal. It hasn't happened very often, but no Hungarians on the podium.
No, Ross, you could be on to a winner here.
I'll tell you, maybe 23 was a bit too optimistic. I'm going to have to reassess all of that. 3 down, look at that, there we go. More than a second difference. That's a very comprehensive win there, and another half second back to Kayak in the bronze position. Good day for racing, as you said, Jen. A little bit of a cross breeze, but I'm just looking out there now out of our window here at the course. We've got a great look down the venue. We can see the athletes racing up towards us, and we see all the spectators enjoying the sunshine. Beautiful morning, basking in the Hungarian sunshine this morning. Flags just lightly, in fact, as I speak, Jen, it's looked like it might have picked up a little bit, the breeze, but I don't think it's anything too bad.
Yeah, it's definitely crosswind, so you know that can be quite challenging for athletes, and sometimes you know you can have more beneficial lanes depending on how strong it is, but hopefully it won't hinder anyone, and that the lanes will all be as fair as possible. But you know, so much preparation goes in the morning of your race alone, never mind all the weeks and years of preparation. You know, most athletes, they would get up about 4 hours before their race in the morning. They'd have their breakfast. They'd be down the course about 2 hours before their race. They would get on the water for their pre-warm-up, and then they'd be off the water and they'd be doing a land warm-up and then getting back on for their race. So people don't realize kind of just the preparation that goes in the morning of the race, and you know, there's a lot of adrenaline, a lot of nervous energy, and trying for athletes to kind of have the balance of having that in a productive way can also be challenging.
Lots of post-race celebration here. Congratulations, Bo and Joe. Now the next race, Jen, I've been looking forward to this. It's another matchup between Varga and Green, but there are so many other athletes who could cause an upset in this. It's the K1 men's 500 metres under 23 final. Adam Varga looking to back up the 1,000 metre gold medal yesterday with a gold in the 500 metres. It's not an Olympic event, but don't you worry about that. There is plenty on the line here. Thomas Green is out for revenge from Australia. But we also have the current world champion and the current European champion. And that's just for starters. There's a whole heap more in this race who could go out and really cause some problems over the 500 metre sprint distance. We'll run through the field in just a moment, but Jen, are you looking forward to this matchup?
This is going to be great, Ross. Like you say, it's Varga against Green, but there's so many other athletes that can put it up to them also in this race. You've got Tim Mon from Austria. He's the current gold medalist from the Euros in K1 500 metres and K1000 metres, and yesterday he was 4th in the K1000 metres, so I'm sure he's going to be trying to get on that podium here today in the K1 men's 500 metres.
We've got Bojan Zdela from Serbia. He's the current world champion. He won this race last year and finished 5th in the Europeans. Of course, we've got Dennis Kernan from Sweden, 3rd in the Euros, 3rd in the world last year. We've got Viktor Lesniewski from Poland, 2nd in the European Championships this year. It is a quality field. And I can tell you, even though we'll all be watching the contest between Varga and Green, don't underestimate Bojan Zdela from Serbia, Timon Moro from Austria, and Dennis Kernan from Sweden. There we are. There's the official starting lineup. Have a check out where your favourite athlete is, folks, so you can follow them throughout the race. But in the middle of the field, it's going to be Varga and Tom Green in lanes 5 and 6, who will be watching each other. Right next to them, Anton Winkelmann from Germany. Germany's had a very low-key week this week, I must say. We're so used to the Germans being so dominant and always challenging the Hungarians, but they haven't, by their standards, haven't had a big return this week. There's Victor Wisniewski from Poland, second in the European Championships. Baptista from Portugal. He was impressive in one of our World Cups earlier this year, ICF World Cups. Don't discount him having a bit of a shake of this race. There's Zelef, the current world champion from Serbia. Winkelmann from Germany, 7th in the European Championships, but there he is in lane 4, so he's had a good meet. Adam Varga, the Olympic silver medalist over 1,000 metres, gold medalist yesterday. Tom Green, Olympic K2 1,000 metre gold medalist, finished second behind Varga yesterday. Zaba Zelka from Slovakia in lane 7. And there's the Austrian, Timon Maro. It'd be great to see Austria pick up a medal. Current European champion. And Dennis Kernan from Sweden in the extreme outside lane, 3rd in the Europeans, 3rd in the world this last year.
Yeah, and the German in lane 4, he's only 19.
Oh, yes,
another few years, yeah. So this is a great experience for him. Great to be in the A final here today, fighting for the medals.
So I'd expect Green to go out a lot faster today. In fact, he's flown out of the starting blocks. Tom Green, he's got a great start. Next to him, Adam Varga also going strong early. They'll be watching each other, don't you worry about that. And it looks like it's crossed there in lane 2. It is Batista from Portugal. He was really fast earlier this year at one of our World Cup events, so he's gone out nice and hard. Also the German Winkelmann. Varga and Green both sitting back at the moment, biding their time, as others around them are putting in the hard yards early, but we're not even at the halfway stage yet. It's Winkelmann from Germany who's gone out the fastest. As we head towards the 250-metre mark, it'll be Winkelmann from Germany that will lead and take them into the back half of this race. What is the tactics from Varga and Green? They're watching each other. Adam Varga now coming through. Tom Green is on his coattails. Varga is looking nice and strong, though. I think he'll be the toughest to beat over the last 200 metres. But it's Winkelmann holding on at the moment from Germany. Now Varga gets through. Tom Green chasing him down. It's Adam Varga in front. Tom Green from Australia really trying to reel him in. This is going to be a great finish. Varga in front. Green challenging now. It's Hungary versus Australia. These two great rivals. They are going head to head. It's Varga in front. Green trying to get to him. Adam Varga, the crowd getting behind him. Tom Green really pulling everything out. His big final race for the year in the K1. Tom Green's in front, I think. I think he's overrun Varga. Varga looks like he's given it away. It looks like it's Tom Green flying home. I think it's going to be gold to Australia, but Varga lifting again. Oh! Adam Varga, I think, maybe got there in the end. I thought 100 metres out that Varga looked like he was beat, but he is a very strong paddler. There is not much between them, but I think Tom Green knows that he's been done by the Hungarian again. 2 from 2. You laugh about it now, but afterwards he'll give him a good swift jolt to the ribcage. No, he won't do that at all, but they're very good friends as well as great rivals on the water. What a fantastic race. You can see early on the Hungarian and the Australian just biding their time, not panicking, as Winkelmann from Germany went out fast. They reeled him in pretty quickly in the back half of the race. And it was Varga who took up the chase. Tom Green was there with him, and I think Jen around 150 out, Green took the lead. But yeah, Varga lifted again at the finish.
It really looked like Tom was going to come home for the win there, but Varga had another answer for him again. So
here we go. Let's look at this. It's so close, but Varga gets the bickies. Gets the bickies ahead of Tom Green, and across there in lane 3, it's Zella, the reigning world champion, who picks up the bronze. But great weekend for Adam Varga. They've still got the K4. No, sorry, they've had the K4, but that'll be it for the weekend for them, I think. So congratulations to Adam Varga for his 2 gold medals, Tom Green 2 silver medals, and a good weekend's racing for both of them. Confirmation there, 0.11 of a second between Adam Varga and Tom Green. Hungary pick up their 18th gold medal of the World Championships. Bojan Zella, the Serbian, a nice race there for him to finish in the bronze medal position. That was a good finish.
There's another goal now, Ross. What's that?
18.
18.
18 now for the Hungarians. That's all right. The finish line's getting close, so we'll see. But I know that Adam Varga apparently was a little bit conflicted about whether to actually come here and race here. He was thinking about going to the Super Cup in Oklahoma, but then decided his last opportunity to race at under 23s and to do it at home, it was too much of an incentive for him to come out and put on a final show for his family and friends, and he's done it in style this weekend. And I know that when he found out Tom Green was coming here, it gave them extra incentive, and they both apparently picked up the training a little bit when they realised each other was going to be here, because they knew there'd be a tough contest. And Tom Green, I'm not very good at lip reading, but I think I just saw him say, that was fast. I think he said that was fast. That was fast, he goes. Yeah, hard work. Tom had COVID just before the Senior World Championships. And in fact, I think on the Friday before the World Championships started, he finally got the all clear to be able to fly to Canada to compete. So it was a bit of a rushed preparation for him.
You can see Anna Roxana there, Lahachi on the screen here, supporting her sister, Adriana.
Great race too, we should mention, from Bojan Zeller. He's got another year, I think, in under 23, so he'll be happy to see the back end of Adam Varga and Tom Green. Send them off.
What a race by the young German as well.
Yeah.
His first half was
It was
very
really
impressive.
fast, wasn't it? Yep, he took it out and really threw down the challenge early. But look at Adam Varga, he is a big, strong man. And Tom Green, these two are going to have a rivalry for a long time to come, you would think. It's exciting to see this stage, what's going to develop into the future between these two great rivals. It takes me back to not so long ago with the Max Hoff from Germany and Kenny Wallace from Australia. These two bulls that used to charge out there and to go head-to-head quite often, and there was some great contests between those two. We're going to have a medal ceremony now for the C1 Women's Under 23 200 metres, so we'll take a short break and we'll be back with you in just a moment.
In C1 200 meters. Medal awarding ceremony for women under 23 in C1 200 meters. The medals are presented by Mr. Tomas Konecko, President of the International Canoe Federation, accompanied by Mr. Fausto Moreno, team leader of Spain. Bronze medalist at the ICF Junior and Under 23 Canoe Sprint World Championships, Sofia Jensen, representing Canada. Silver medalist Changwei Shuai, representing the People's Republic of China. Gold medalist and world champion Antia Jacome, representing Spain. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the national anthem of Spain. Ladies and gentlemen, the medalists of the World Championships. Congratulations.
Gold medal for Spain, silver for China, and bronze for Canada in that C1 women's race, under 23 race. Nice big smiles. Not a lot of singing there from Antia Jacome. Good work on these youngsters, Jen. You know, in our day, you'd be embarrassed if you got up there on the podium and didn't know the words to your national anthem, wouldn't you? But at least they get the selfies right.
Yeah, that's the most important now.
At least
Ross.
they get that
It's
done.
all about the selfie, all about the Instagram.
Yeah, yeah. Check out your local favourite social media outlet, because that image will be up there very, very soon. You can like it, you can share it, you can do whatever else it is that you do with it. Put it on Snapchat, do whatever. Even impressed I know all this stuff, all this lingo.
That is very impressive,
I have
Ross.
no
You
idea.
could be going live here on Instagram
Are
while
we on
we're
air?
here.
Yeah, we are on air. We could be. We could do a live. I don't know that you can do a live Insta, but for longer than about a minute. Anyway, enough of this dribble as we focus on the next medal event. It's a C1 Women's Junior 200-metre race, and a great rivalry that we've seen already. This has really been some fantastic racing. We've got the Chinese athlete Li Li, we've got the Hungarian athlete Agnes Kiss, we've got the Portuguese athlete Beatriz Fernandez, and we've got the Ukrainian Federev. This is going to be a fantastic race. We've also got a couple of the other European place getter finalists, including Valeria Oliveira. We've just seen Spain with a gold medal. Valeria Oliveira was 4th in the European Championships as well. So I think this will be a good even race for the young girls in the 200 metres. It is an Olympic distance event, of course, so these are young athletes that we could see figuring in Olympic Games in years to come. Maybe Los Angeles in 2028, Brisbane in 2032. There is your starting lineup. We have a French athlete, Chloe Nico, 6th in the Europeans earlier this year in lane 1. The athlete from China, Kazakhstan, Ukraine, Hungary, Portugal, Cuba is in this. Don't underestimate the Cubans, Spain and Uzbekistan. There's Chloe Nico from France in lane 1. France still looking, I think, Jen, off the top of my head, I think they're still looking for their first medal of this whole championships, which is unbelievable.
Yeah, I think you're right there, Ross. She's a very young athlete. She's another 2 years junior after this.
Li Li from China, very strong yesterday. Kiselyeva from Kazakhstan in lane 3. There is Federev from Ukraine, 2nd in the Europeans this year, 7th in the world last year. He's had a good week as well. Agnes Kiss, the European champion, was a little bit disappointed yesterday that she couldn't get the gold, but she's had a good week and expect her to give plenty of cheek. What a great week this young lady's had. Beatriz Fernandez from Portugal. Can she break through for a gold medal here? 3rd in the Europeans, 4th in the world. Calderon was strong from Cuba yesterday. I'm looking forward to seeing what she can put out. The Cubans are looking for their first medal as well, I think, for the week. And if any event is going to be a Cuban event, it's the C1. So watch out for Melenas Calderon from Cuba. She'll be racing in lane 7. Next to her from Spain, Valeria Oliveira from Europe, the European fourth in the European Championships from Spain. And on the outside lane from Uzbekistan, Sherzadova. Jen, what do you make of this?
Yeah, I think the Chinese athlete is going to be very strong. Obviously, gold medalist from yesterday in the C1 500 meters. But you know, 200 meters is a different distance also, so she mightn't be as explosive off the start line, and she doesn't have as much time to come back in the second half. So I think Hungary is going to be a good bet this morning for the gold, and then there will be a fight, I'd say, for the silver and bronze.
Yeah, I think you might be right. I'm expecting Fernandez. She looks very quick over the shorter distance. I'm expecting something exciting from her as well, from Portugal. And of course, don't discount the Ukrainian Fedorov as well. But as we've seen, there's been some wide open racing already today. And this will be a 200 meter splash and dash for these young ladies. Some of them are still, well, they're all just teenagers. What exciting futures they have in front of them. And we're underway now, and straight away in the middle of the course, it looked like the athlete from Kazakhstan got the best of the start, Kiselyova. But it's from Hungary, Agnes Kiss, who's also gone out really strong. Lane 4 at the moment, it's from Ukraine. It's Fedorov who's taken the early lead, though, the Ukrainian athlete. Right next to her is Kiss from Hungary. The Portuguese athlete Fernandez is also going strong, but it is from Ukraine. Irina Fedorov at the moment, who has the lead, 2nd in the European Championships this year, 7th in the world last year. She is out in front. She is going to be the one that has to be run down now. Can anybody come over the top of her as we head towards the finish line? Wow, this is now they're spreading across the course. It looks like it could be Kiss, it could be Fedorov. Oh my God, Portugal's Fernandez, I think, got there.
Wow, what a race.
In a big finish. There were 4 or 5 of them across the line, but I think it is Beatriz Fernandez. I said that I thought she'd go well over the shorter distance. She's been impressing me all week, and the Portuguese have got a gold medal in a blanket finish. Beatriz Fernandez has leapt through on the finish line to take the gold medal. We'll wait for confirmation. She was a bit slow out of the start, but really rattled home. Let's have a look at the start. Yes, she didn't figure early on, but the Cuban was up there. But it was the athlete from Ukraine who was making the early running, Fedorov. But she got swamped at the finish. There were 3 or 4 athletes who just came flying over the top of her, and it looked like it was Fernandez from Portugal who did the best at the finish line. But we'll look at the replay just to get confirmation. So it is Fernandez ahead of Kish, I think, from Hungary. So silver for Kish, and I didn't see who got the bronze.
I think maybe Cuba.
Cuban got the bronze?
It looks like this side of the course anyway.
No doubt about the winner, though. A gold medal for Portugal. Their first gold.
Yeah, and look at the excitement. I love that about the Portuguese. They're so passionate also about their sport, and you know, that's what makes it so special here today, and the celebration that she'll have with their family and friends and all her support team.
Yep, good call, Jen. That's why I've got you up here, for that eagle eye that you bring.
Thankfully it works sometimes.
It's working sometimes, yeah. So Cuba pick up a medal. Great to see the Cubans on the medal table, finishing in 3rd spot there. So gold for Portugal. It's been a great morning, great spread of medals already this morning, which is what a World Championship should be all about. All credit to Hungary. They've had a fantastic World Championships, but it's nice today to see this spread of medals across the board. as we see other countries now coming through, and on a Sunday morning here in Szeged, a few people making a little bit of history and making a mark for themselves at the start of this. I love that, isn't that fantastic? The fans are usually more excited than the athlete themselves. The vuvuzelas are out again, Jen.
Yeah, and so they should be.
Yep. Well done, Beatriz Fernandez. Taking the gold medal. She's 2004, so she's 18. This will probably be her last. Oh no, she might have one more year.
Last year, I think, 2000, if she's 2004.
2004 will be her last year, yeah.
Yeah, what a way to finish. World champion.
Yeah, great result for her. What a great week. She's had a couple of medals already, I think, so always nice to finish with a gold on a Sunday morning. What would you rather be doing on a Sunday morning? Sitting at home in bed or going out and winning a world title?
I think there's no discussion around that one.
Yep, bed wins out every time. So the Hungarians pick up a silver, and Calderon from Cuba there, the bronze medal.
The Cuban, she actually has another year junior.
She does. Yeah, I was just looking at that. 2005 she was born, so.
As does the Hungarian.
Yep. So what a great day we've had already. Poland, Spain, Portugal and Hungary taking gold medals as we head towards, it's a busy day today. There are another 18 gold medals up for grabs today on the final day. So plenty of opportunities for other countries to come to the fore and get some glory. Agnes Kiss looking maybe a little bit disappointed not to have won in front of a home crowd, probably expecting big things. She was the European champion coming into that race, but in the end, it was the Portuguese athlete who was stronger at the finish. Now, the men's 500 metres juniors. We have Cuba, Lithuania, Spain, Moldova, Georgia, Italy, Poland, Hungary, and the Czech Republic. Really interesting field here. Some good young paddlers from all over the world for this race. And maybe the Georgian, who may be the athlete to watch. But let's go through them from the top of the field. We have in lane 1, Murray from Cuba. From Lithuania, we have Kovilov from Lithuania. In lane 3, from Spain, he's already had a good week this week, Daniel Grijalba from Spain in lane 3. In lane 4, third in the World Championships last year, Kolchak from Moldova. We're going in lane 4. In lane 5, and probably there's some good hair for today. It's the winner so far today. Current world champion Alexander Zivzadzev from Georgia, the winner of the world title last year. Vejlanti from Italy in lane 6. In lane 7 from Poland, Zericin, Kasper Zericin in lane 7. In lane 8, the Hungarian Ferenc, 6th at the World Championships last year. And in the outside lane, lane 9, Adam Rudolph from the Czech Republic in lane 9. Jen, tell me what you're thinking.
Yeah, I think the Georgian athlete is going to be the one to beat in this race. The Moldovan won a bronze medal in the C1000 meters here, so he is going to be a strong contender also. And like I said, he was third in the worlds last year as well in the C1 500 meters, I think. Yep. But you know, you can't count out some of the outside lanes as well, like the Czech. They've had very strong SIBO paddlers over the years.
So we're underway in this C1 men's 500 meters. That is your favorite, the Georgian, the current world champion, and he will go out pretty strong. You can guarantee it. In lane 4 at the moment, it looks like the Moldovan who's gone out the hardest, and alongside him from Spain, Grijalba, he's going stroke for stroke with the Moldovan. The Georgian European world champion is on the inside, and across here it's the Polish paddler as well, Zaredson, who is out early to vie for the early lead. But it's the athlete from Moldova, Kayak, who has the current lead right next to him, breathing down his neck. It's Grzelba from Spain. They are your front two runners. The world champion Zavadzi is sitting back in third. The Cuban in lane 1 also coming through to have a prominent role. But at the moment it's the Moldovan Kayak who holds the lead. Sitting there biding his time on his inside is Daniel Grzelba from Spain. So it's Moldova first, Spain second. I think at this stage the world champion from Georgia is third, but he's coming through now. Now the Georgian makes his move. It's the Moldovan Kayak in front. Grzelba from Spain is second. Zavadzi from Georgia is trying to chase them both down. The Moldovan is in front, it's Spain second. Now the Georgian starts to get serious. He really is putting in some hard yards now as he tries to pin these front two runners back. It's the Moldovan holding on like grim death. The Spaniard is also flying home. The Moldovan looks like he's struggling a little bit. The Georgian is flying home as well. So it's Spain from Moldova and Georgia at the moment. Maybe the paddler from Georgia is now in front. He is coming home the strongest. He's already a world champion from last year, and I think he's done it again just from the Spaniard. And the Moldovan fading for third, but I think there is your world champion just by a bee's whisker.
Yeah, that
Jennifer
was hard
Regan.
to tell on that line because they both lunged, and I think it's saying he's gold, so
yeah,
he must have won it.
Well, I put my neck on the line. I called it for him, but when I saw the finish, I thought, oh, maybe it was a bit closer than I thought. But I thought he just got there, not by much, but he really flew home over the last 150 metres. We'll see when we see the final replays where they cross the finish line. The Moldovan, who led for most of the race, faded at the end, couldn't hold on, as the Spaniard, who had been biding his time on the outside of the Moldovan. Here we go, we get to the finish line. It looks like, yeah, the athlete from Georgia just gets there.
Ooh, that was close.
It was very, very close, but Georgia has its first gold medal of the week. And, well, he's backed up his form from last year, world champion last year. Spaniard thought he had it, but he has been pipped on the line. Not by much. Let's have a look. We'll have a look at the official margins in just a moment. And I think Kayak from Moldova finished with a bronze. There we are, 0.1 of a second is the distance between Alexander Sitsavads and Daniel Grzelba from Spain, and Kayak from Moldova holding on for third. Poland fourth and Hungary fifth. The good even spread of medals continues, Jen. It's been a great morning.
For sure. It's great to see Georgia retain his world champion title. You know, to win it once is one thing, but to come back and win it again is very tough. You're coming in with a lot of pressure, and athletes have to be able to deal with that pressure. You know, as a junior athlete as well, you're young, you haven't had as much experience as under 23 or senior athletes, but you know, pressure is for tires, or one thing I like is pressure makes diamonds. So
is that a saying, is it?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm just going to write that down. Who said that? Because I want to be able to attribute the quote.
I'm not sure who
Yeah, Jenny Egan
exactly.
special. Pressure makes diamonds. I like it a lot.
Nice one, isn't it?
Makes a lot of sense when you think
Yeah.
about it.
Yeah.
He's looking pretty happy with himself. There's the Moldovan who gave it his all. He really went out hard to put down the challenge. Just couldn't hold on, though, for the final 100 metres. I'm just trying to listen in. I can hear there's an interview going. Now, we can't, just to explain to you, we can't bring you these interviews because it is for the live Hungarian TV. And also, just to repeat the disappointing news, and I know people at home will be disappointed, but unfortunately it's out of our control, but due to scheduling issues involving the Hungarian TV broadcasters, we will not be able to bring you the junior 5,000 metre races this afternoon. So we're disappointed about that, obviously, but there's not much we can do about it, Jen, unfortunately, unless we stood out there with our phones and filmed the race.
Yeah, it is very disappointing, Ross. It's hard when it's the only ones that aren't being live streamed, but as you said, it's not down to the ICF, it's down to the Hungarian TV company and the scheduling that surrounds it.
But we really hope you've enjoyed the races we have been able to bring you. I can tell you, Jen, when I joined the ICF, the quality of the broadcast now and just the improvement in it. I mean, I hope people at home have appreciated it, but it's really picked up, and some of the TV companies that we've had the opportunity to work with and just their professionalism, it's really lifted it to a level it deserves, because you know, these are world titles, and we want to try and bring you the very, very best, and I think the coverage now is really improved tenfold. But yes, disappointingly, we cannot bring you those races this afternoon, but we will bring you the under-23 5,000 metre races. But unfortunately, after that, they have to pack up and go into a bloody football match or something ridiculous like that. I don't know.
Yeah, you know, visibility of our sport is so important, like you said, and it's definitely improved so much over the years, and we want to try and keep the momentum going. Because with visibility brings media, and media brings sponsorship, and you know, we need money to be able to keep our sport moving forward in the right direction.
So yeah, so someone just asked on YouTube why we can't bring the interviews. They are doing the interviews with live Hungarian television, so they have the rights for them, so we can't show it on the stream, unfortunately. But Jen and I are listening in. We're listening in like hawks. Do hawks listen? Is it? Or?
Well, it's definitely a phrase anyway.
Good, yeah. This will be a great race. This is the K1 Women's 500 metres junior final. And we have, in lane one, we have Pavlova from Ukraine. In fact, that's
lane
interesting.
Zero.
Lane zero. We've got 10 in this race, have we?
Yeah.
There must have been a tie somewhere along the line, and so we've got 10 in this final. And no wonder I'm confused. Lane 4, we have Sedova. Did not finish in the European Championships, but was very, very strong in the 1,000. So looking forward to seeing her. Sarah Del Grata, who's been everywhere this week, the Italian, second in the European Championships. Lucia Val from Spain, third in the European Championships this year. Spain's had a good morning. There is your reigning European champion, Reka Kisko from Hungary. Just talking to herself there about something interesting. Dunja Stanijev from Serbia, fifth in the European Championships this year. And in lane 9, Anna Brito. I'm sure she'll be buoyed by the success of her teammate earlier today. Fourth in the European Championships. This is a really good field of 10 athletes, Jenny Egan.
Yeah, it's going to be a tight race. Like you say, the Italian, she has done some amount of racing this weekend.
I think she's doing the 5,000 as well.
Wow.
Which is incredible.
You know, she just missed out on a medal in the K1 200 metres, so she was fourth, so she will be really wanting to get on this podium in the individual class.
So we're underway in this 500 metre junior final. The athletes we didn't mention, Claudia Bailey from Australia in 2, Karolina Voroskova from the Czech Republic in 1, and Hanna Pavlova, love that name, from Ukraine in lane 0. In lane 4, though, it looks like it is, or lane, what are we going to call that? Lane 3. This is very confusing. I think it's the German, Hermersen, who's out in front. The German in lane 3, believe it or not, even though she's fourth from the top. I hope you can stick with us on this. Del Grata from Italy coming through strongly now. She is obviously a distance paddler. She's entered herself in for the 5,000 and she's coming home strongly here. So it's Sarah Del Grata from Italy who's holding the lead at the moment. The German is still there, Hermansen. Also, we have from Slovakia, Sedova in second place at the moment, and Lucia Val from Spain is also there. The Hungarian nowhere to be seen at this stage, but expect a big finish. It's Del Grata, though, from Italy at the moment, who's holding the lead, holding a good commanding lead. On her inside, it's Sedova from Slovakia, who's trying to chase her down. I think it's going to be a race between the Italian and the Slovak. It's Italy's Sara Del Grata, who's holding the lead. Sedova trying to chase her down. Del Grata second in the European Championships this year. Really, really putting in the hard yards now. She definitely wants this gold medal. Sara Del Grata from Italy. She's had a very busy week. Is she going to pick up her first gold medal? Sedova throwing everything at her for the final stages. Sedova from Slovakia. Del Grata from Italy. I think the Italians got it. I think the Italians got it, Del Grata. She's had a busy, busy week. She's got more racing to come, but she's now a world champion. Fantastic race for Sara Del Grata. Great reward for great effort this week. Fantastic to see a gold medal going to Italy. Sedova from Slovakia taking the silver. Look at that, folks. Just have a look at what that means to this young lady, Sara Del Grata. She is absolutely overcome with emotion. What this must mean for her, Jenny Egan. Talk me through it.
Yeah, you know, so much work goes into this gold medal, and what's phenomenal about this athlete also is that she has another year junior.
Another year of juniors still to come.
So no matter what, anyway, she is junior world champion now, no matter what the future holds for her. And
she's an absolute workhorse. I mean, she's done so many races this week.
As has the Slovakian lady also. She has done a huge amount of racing as well. And you said, like you said, Sarah is lining up in the K1 5,000 meters later, so it's going to be interesting to see what she's like at the longer distance. But no matter what happens now, she is junior world champion, and she will be celebrating, and rightly so.
And the German Hermansen, who went out the fastest at the start, held on for the third, I think.
Yeah, I think so. And looking, she's actually only 16, Ross.
Oh, 2006.
Yeah.
Well, there is your future, folks. Sara Del Grata and Finja Hermansen, they will be going head-to-head for a few more years to come. But look at that sheer emotion. And it's still there. She cannot control the tears at the moment. What this must mean for her to finally, she's been out on the water so much this week already. She's been there and about. As Jenny said, she just missed out on the medal in the 200. This is the Olympic event. If you're going to win a gold medal, win the Olympic distance event.
Yeah, she really showed her quality in this field here today. And, you know, like you say, the motion, it just builds up in your body. There's so much adrenaline in your body, and then to go across that finish line, and one of the best words I think to describe it sometimes is relief. The relief that you've executed a great race, that everything's come together on the day, that all that hard work is worthwhile.
So the spread continues this morning of the she's still sobbing uncontrollably. Oh my God, it's just me. You can only imagine what this must mean for this young lady.
And you know, it's so lovely to see how much it means to her.
Just cannot, and why would you? Don't hold back the tears, just let them flow, because you've worked hard. She's got family and friends, I'm sure, who've made a lot of sacrifices to make this happen for her. She's made sacrifices as well. There's going to be some tears when she gets there to her fans and to her family. I don't think she can get out of the boat. She's it's just so lovely to see. I mean, these young kids, I mean, they've got to go to school tomorrow, a lot of them, I'm sure. They'll have a lot to say at show and tell. But there she is. She's a world champion. And I'm looking forward to seeing the medal ceremony later on. Luciano Bonfiglio, our board member, very proud Italian. Stop slapping her in the face, Luciano. It hurts. Look at these very excited Italian fans with crazy hats.
And I love that about the Italians as well. They're very passionate.
They've got no sense of fashion. So look at that.
That is some good support crew there, Ross. Good fans.
Great race. There is the young German, as we said, 16 years of age.
I think she medalled.
She was third, yes.
Did she medal in something else this weekend?
I'm not sure.
Sure, but what a result from her.
I can hear the interviewer saying that she's more than happy. I think that's a good way to describe Sara Del Grata after winning that gold medal for Italy. So, and yeah, no medal there for Hungary, as they're marooned on 18 gold medals at the moment, which is not a bad place to be, by the way. If you're going to be marooned, might as well have 18 gold medals in the hip kip when you get there. We've got some more fantastic racing coming your way. We may have a medal ceremony now, I think. Do we know we're into the K1 men's 500 metres junior final over 500 metres. Very interesting field. Denmark, Slovenia, Germany, Spain, Ukraine, Hungary, Latvia, Italy and Portugal make up your start list for this event. And well, let's have a look. The Europeans are the reigning, the Hungarians are the reigning champions, but not the athlete who's competing in this race. So that just underlines once again the depth of this country. In lane 2 there you have Manfreda from Slovenia in lane 2. On his inside was Nikolai Bride from Denmark. Lane 3, the German, Jonas Borkarski. In lane 4, Caballero, he's had a very good week this week from Spain, 8th in the European Championships this year. The Ukrainian, Voloshin, 5th in the European Championships this year. Lane 6, Hedviga from Hungary, trying to keep this medal in Hungarian hands. In lane 7 from Latvia, Janis Korets from Latvia. In lane 8, we have Spadaccini from Italy, 2nd in the European Championships this year. Could Italy win another medal? And on the outside, Goncalves from Portugal. Jen, tell me what you know.
Yeah, so the Hungarian athlete, he was in the K4 that won gold here this weekend. So he'll be looking to win another gold here today. The Italian won a silver medal in the mixed K2 final here at these championships. So I'm sure he's going to want to add another medal to his tally. But, you know, the K1 will be a little bit different.
Well, it doesn't have Sarah in the boat, will it?
No, he doesn't.
Carrying him along in the form that she's in. So we're underway in this K1 men's junior 500-metre final. And looks like it's the Hungarian who's decided enough of this nonsense. I'm going to get out there and get the Hungarians back up on top of the podium. He's gone out really, really hard. I think it's the German Borkarski who's going with him across there in lane 3. But Hedviga from Hungary, he's really taken it out. It's a 500-metre race, so let's see how he goes if he can hold this pace. But he's put a bit of distance already between himself and the rest of the field. Borkarski from Germany trying to hold on there across in lane 3. But it's the Hungarian that is taking up all the running at the moment. Look at that, halfway through the race, and he's a boat length in front of the rest of the field. Across here in lane 8, it's the Italian Spadaccini who's trying to chase him down as well. But at this stage, it's Hedviga from Hungary. He's really looking determined. It's the Italian making up the best ground, though, and across there in lane 1, it looks like Bride from Denmark is also chasing him down. Now the strokes get a bit tougher for Hedviga from Hungary. He's starting to find it gets a little bit weary towards the end of the race. There's a few trying to chase him down, including Borowski from Germany. The Spaniard Caballero also flying home. Hedviga holding on now from Hungary. Across at the top of the course, we have Manfreda from Slovenia also charging home. Hedviga from Hungary, he's holding on. This Hungarian crowd are really ripping into him and trying to get him across the finish line. I think he's going to get there. Good finish there for the Hungarian Hedviga. He holds on to take the gold medal. He really took that out there. He wanted that gold medal. He went out from the outset as hard as he possibly could and managed to hold on. I think he found a little bit in the last 100 metres to get him there because there were a few guys closing in on him. But he has led from pillar to post, Ona Tamas Hedviga, to get the Hungarians their 19th gold medal of the week. Really good finish for second, Jen. What did you see?
Oh my goodness, the Slovenian had such a strong second half. I'm going to presume he's being coached by Jurni, but not entirely sure that. I know Jurni is one of the coaches on the team, but he just came through with 200 meters to go. Like the first half was just so easy for him. And you know, sometimes people say the race only starts with 200 meters to go.
So, oh, look at that. So it is. I think you're right, Jen. I think the Slovenian got there. And maybe the German held on for third.
Yeah, it looks...
Or was it the Spaniard? Might be Caballero from Spain who got there. But yeah, big finish from Manfreda from Slovenia to take the silver, we believe. Possibly the Spaniard actually maybe got there for the bronze. It was a bit hard to tell. Yeah, I told you so. He said, I told you so, Ross. 19 gold medals now, man. Count them. Yes, so the Spaniard Caballero there, confirmation. Look how tight that is for second and third. No doubt about the winner, Hedvegi from Hungary, Manfreda from Slovenia, and Caballero from Spain taking the bronze medal in a great finish for that K1 men's 500 metres. And the crowd here, another good solid crowd out here, as you would expect. They love their canoe sprint in this part of the world. On a Sunday morning, a lot of them giving up church to come here to watch their other religion, to take part in their own. You get a choice here in Hungary, you know that, don't you? You could choose.
You've got two religions, one's kayaking.
One of them is kayaking, and that takes priority on a Sunday morning for most, it seems. So a pretty happy result there for the Hungarians. Back on the gold medal table, 2 gold medals today for the Hungarians. Adam Varga winning the 500 earlier, and now Anna Udvega winning the junior 500 metres. So they've taken both 500 gold medals today in the men's events. Pretty strong performance from the Hungarians. Now we're going to bring you a medal ceremony now, and then after that there's a mixed race. I think 500 metres, it's a B final, so we'll take a little break, Jen and I, and we'll be back with you in around, what is the time now? We'll be with you in about 15 minutes or so for the next A final. So enjoy the medal ceremony, enjoy the B final, and then we'll be back for the next A final in around 15 minutes from now.
Tisztelt Hölgyeim és Uraim! Ünnepélyes eredményhirdetés következik a Canoe 1-es női ifjúsági 200 méteres versenyszámban. Ladies and gentlemen, medal awarding ceremony for junior women in C1 200 meters. Éremátadó ünnepség a Canoe 1-es női ifjúsági 200 méteres versenyszámban. Az érmeket Tomás Konyeckó úr, a Nemzetközi Kayak Szövetség elnöke adja át, kíséri Jaroszláv Radon úr, a portugál csapat vezetője. Medal awarding ceremony for junior women in C1 200 meters. The medals are presented by Mr. Tomás Konyeckó, President of the International Canoe Federation, accompanied by Mr. Jaroszláv Radon, team leader of Portugal. 2022-ben az ICF ifjúsági és U23 gyorsasági kajakkenu világbajnokság bronzérmese, bronze medalist at the ICF Junior and Under-23 Canoe Sprint World Championships, Maylenis Avila Calderon, representing Cuba. Silver medalist, ezüstérmes, Kis Ágnes Anna, Magyarország, Hungary. Aranyérmes, világbajnok, gold medalist and world champion, Beatriz Fernandes, representing Portugal, Portugália. Tisztelt Hölgyeim és Uraim, kérem álljanak fel Portugália nemzeti himnusza tiszteletére. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the national anthem of Portugal. Hölgyeim és Uraim, a 2022. évi világbajnokság érmesei. Gratulálunk! Ladies and gentlemen, the medalists of the World Championships. Congratulations!
3 minutes to the start. 3 minutes to the start. Lane 1, Canada. Lane 2, USA. Lane 3, Kazakhstan. Lane 4, Ukraine. Lane 5, Latvia. Lane 7, Sweden. Lane 8, Australia. And Lane 9, Spain. minutes to the start. 2 minutes to the start. Please get into your starting lane and come into the start area.
Tíz óra 25 perckor a Kayak 2-es Mix U23 500 méteres B döntő következik. Ez a következő eseményünk itt az 5. versenynapon. The next event is the B final for K2 Mixed 500 meters under 23. It starts at 10:25. Ez tehát a B döntő Kayak 2-es Mix U23 500 méteren az 1-es pályán Kanada, a 2-es pályán az Egyesült Államok, a 3-as pályán Kazaksztán, a 4-es pályán Ukrajna, az 5-ös pályán Lettország, a 7-esen Svédország, a 8-ason Ausztrália és a 9-esen Spanyolország. A 6-os pályán a szerbek is bejutottak a B döntőkbe, de ugye Poyens Delát láttuk korábban. Nagyon kevés idő állt volna rendelkezésre ahhoz, hogy újra itt a B döntőben is rajthoz álljanak, és a 9-es pályán a spanyol hajó Pablo Rosa és Lara Feio azok, akik vezetnek, de nagyon jól jönnek a 3-ason fent a kazakok, Anastasia Berezovskaya és Igor Ryashenchev is. It's the B final for K2 Mixed Under 23 500 meters. Canada in lane 1, the USA in lane 2, Kazakhstan in lane 3, Ukraine in lane 4, Latvia in lane 5, Sweden in lane 7, Australia in lane 8, and Spain in lane 9. And they have already less than 200 meters to go. And right now it is the Kazakh Anastasia Berezovskaya and Igor Ryanchev who are leading in this B final, but also the Spanish Pablo Rosa and Lara Feio are coming very hard, and maybe the finish of the Spanish boat is better than the Kazakh finish. Let's see the results of the B final. It is the Spanish boat in the first position, coming Kazakhstan in the second, and I think it was Canada in the third. A spanyol hajó nyerte a B döntőt, Pablo Rosa és Lara Feio. A 3-as pályán a kazakh egység Anastasia Berezovskaya és Igor Ryanchev a második helyen értek célba, és ha jól láttam, akkor az 1-es pályán a kanadai Ian Godé és Maren Bradley lett a harmadik, de a lassításból meglátjuk majd, hogy ki érkezett a B döntőben a harmadik helyen. Kayak 2-es Mix 500 méteren az U23-as korosztályban, igen fent az 1-esen a kanadai hajó, és a lettek az 5-ös pályán érkeztek negyedikként. A következő versenyszámunk majd 10 óra 31 perckor ennek a számnak az A döntője lesz, tehát spanyol, kazakh, kanadai lett ausztrál, amerikai, ukrán és svéd egység. Ez a befutási sorrend a B döntőben, Kayak 2 Mix U23 500 méteren. Spain, Kazakhstan, Canada, Latvia, Australia, the USA, Ukraine and Sweden.
Lane 3, Poland. Lane 4, Germany.
These were the results in the B final for K2 Mixed Under 23 500 meters, and the A final is coming up. It starts at 10:31. Ez volt tehát a B döntő, Kayak 2-es Mix U23 500 méteren, és 10 óra 31 perckor következik a versenyszám A döntője. Dán, szlovén, lengyel, német, magyar, brit, portugál, olasz és norvég egységekkel. Foyt Sára és Opavski Márk lesznek az 5-ös pályán, a magyar egység képviselői. We have Denmark, Slovenia, Poland, Germany, Hungary, Great Britain, Portugal, Italy,
So
and
here we have a
Norway
mixed
in the
A final in the
K2 mixed
500
under
meters for the
23,
under 23, which
meters.
is
In lane
seen the
1,
start list there. There
William
we are in lane 1
Stella Winter
from Denmark. We have
representing
Gravland and Winther.
Denmark. In lane
In,
2,
lane
Slovenia, Mia Medved
2.
and Tit Faletic.
We have the Slovenians,
In
Medved
lane
and
3,
Valetic.
Poland,
In
Martina
lane
Klatt
3
and Jakub
now.
Stepun.
Could these two be beaten? I don't think
In
so.
lane 4,
Klatt
Germany,
and Stepan, they've both
Josefina
won
Land
2 gold medals
and Leonard
already,
Busch.
both of them. Here this week from
In
Poland,
lane
the
5,
Germans, Land and
Foyt
Busch. In
Sára,
lane 4,
Opavski Mark,
in
Hungary.
lane 5, the Hungarians, Sarah Foyt and Marka
In lane
Opaski.
6, Great Britain,
In lane
Philip
6,
Miles and
maybe
Zoe
the Brits
Clark.
could win a medal here. Wouldn't that be fantastic
Lane
for Philip
7,
Miles and Zoe
Portugal,
Clark?
Sara Sotero,
In lane
Messias
7
Batista.
from Portugal, Sarah Sotero and Messias
Italy,
Batista. Lane 8, we have the Italians, Ricciero and Spurio. In lane 8, and in lane 9, the Norwegians, Jensen and Virik. Jenny, what are you thinking?
Yeah, I think the Poles are going to be the ones to
Oof.
beat, but keep an eye out for the British. Philip Miles, he's an A finalist from the K1 500 metres this year at the European Championships, and he partners with Zoe Clark, who's improved a lot over the last year. She's actually been training in Germany alongside her studies in a university. The Danish have a strong crew as well. William Gravland was in the A final of the under-23 K1 200 metres earlier this year. And his partner, Stella Winther, is a very established paddler also. She's a silver from the K2 200 metres from the World Championships last year with Katrine Jensen. So there are some very strong crews in this. I do think Poland will be the ones going for gold, but I think there's a few countries that have a chance of silver
Sarah
and
Foyt
bronze.
in the front of the Hungarian boat, of course, is a former under-23 world champion. So she's very, very fast. But as we get underway, watch the Poles in lane 3. They are the form team. Both of these paddlers have won 2 gold medals already this week, so they are going out fast too. It's Poland already in front, the Germans on their outside, and out here closest to the camera it's the Italians as well taking it out fast. So Poland, Germany and Italy at the moment are your 3 front runners here. It's the Poles though that are really putting in the hard yards. Martina Klatt and Jakub Stepan, they're going for their 3rd gold medal of the World Championships, which would be a phenomenal performance for these young Polish paddlers. It's Klatt and Stepan from Poland. It's the Germans, Lant and Busch. And across on the far side of the course, it's the Italians, Ricciero and Spurio. So that is, at the moment, your top 3. The Hungarians starting to come through as well, trying to challenge for a medal. But it's the Poles at the moment. They are making every post a winner. Poland ahead of Germany. The battle for 3rd is interesting between the Hungarians and the Italians. But there is your battle for the gold medal. The Germans now trying to rein in the crew from Poland. It's Poland still in front. Germany digging deep, trying to get there. Poland 1, Germany 2. I think the Poles have got it. They're looking very strong. This angle can be a little bit deceiving though, but at this stage it looks like Poland holding the lead. Germany trying one last time to get there. Poland holding on, the Germans throwing everything at them now. It's Poland, it's Germany, it's Poland just ahead of Germany. The Hungarians coming through for the bronze medal. But there you go, Poland. There is a 3rd gold medal for these 2 young paddlers. Martina Klatt and Jakub Stepan, they've won gold in K4, they've won gold in K2, and now they've teamed up together to win mixed gold as well. What a fantastic week they've had.
They sure have had an amazing week. I know at the European Champs, Poland were top of the medal table at the Junior and U23 European Championships, and they are performing at such a high level here at these World Championships also. The Germans, though, they really put it up to them, and it was a great race to watch between those two crews, and then Hungary coming home in third position, so claiming the bronze medal. And you know, I think these new combinations, these new mixed K2s are very exciting, and the Italians, what a fight they put through. And as you can see, the British came home very strong also to finish in 5th place, with the Norwegians 6th from what I can see.
So a really great race. We did expect the Poles to be the front runners, and it would take something pretty special to run them down, but it was a pretty good result. The Germans are pretty happy though with their silver medal. And Martina Klatt, I said to her yesterday, I said, by the time this week's finished, I will have you speaking perfect English. And so she was very excited about that challenge that I'd set for her. And I said to her, you've got 24 hours now to think of some great things to say to me. So we'll see if she comes up with the goods a little bit later on today. But there is the confirmation there with the Polish crew taking the gold medal. I think that is gold medal number 6 for the week. I'd have to confirm that, but I think that's the 6th gold medal for Poland. Germany the silver, and Hungary picking up a bronze medal in the K2 mixed event. I love the format, and you know the athletes love it as well, Jen. That's the feedback that we've been getting, that they really enjoy the opportunity to have these races, and it's just something a little bit different and provides a whole new aspect to the sport.
It sure does, and I think it's really important for our sport to keep creating new events like this. And you know, it shouldn't be too much of a challenge to incorporate it into the program. Also, it would be great to see mixed K2 maybe in marathon distances. I think that could be very exciting, either over the short course or the long course. But
you and Barry doing it, you think?
We'll see, or we might even have an Egan K2.
Yes,
or,
now we're talking.
Or you never know, a husband and wife K2.
Yeah, in fact, maybe that just should be a husband and wife
category.
Yes, exactly.
We'll be up against Hank and Pippa McGregor, and yeah.
I'm sure Tom Liebscher, Lutz and Dora Lutz could do some marathon alongside you.
Maybe we could have also a husband-wife category in the sprinting events.
Yep. Now we're talking. I know you're listening.
There mightn't be many marriages left afterwards, but
no, surely it just makes it stronger. Surely. So there we go. Gold medal, another gold medal for Poland. Congratulations to the K2 mixed crew in the under-23.
4 minutes to start. 4 minutes.
They're pretty stoked about it, I think, and another medal there for the Hungarians as well. Just having a quick look now, I'm just going to refresh my page with the medal table. And we do have, of course, the Hungarians sitting out on top of the ladder. They've had a very, very good week with 19 gold medals, and I think now a total of 34, I believe. I don't know, we've had this race added to it yet, so I think 34 medals. Poland in outright second with 6 gold now, and 12 medals altogether. Germany also has 12 medals, 3 of those are gold. The Chinese also picked up 3 gold for the week. And the good thing is, Jen, that we've got altogether 25 different countries that have picked up medals.
And you know, that's great to see. That
in fact, sorry, you keep talking. I'm going to do a quick calculation.
That the medals are spread over many countries. You know, obviously there's the stronger nations that have a bucket load of them to be brought home.
26 countries, yeah.
Yeah, but it's great to see so many countries on the medal table.
Yeah, that's right. 26 countries so far with medals. So a great result for the sport. And today we've just had such a great spread of medals across the board. So yes, the Hungarians did dominate the first 2 days of racing, but today we've had a very even day of competition so far, which is fantastic. And we've got some more exciting racing coming your way. This is the C2 mixed under-23 final, and in this we have the current world champions from Canada, Sophia Jensen and Alex Plontex. They will start as favourites, but there are a couple of other crews in there, Jen, who I think will give this a pretty good shake. We've got crews from Spain, China, Moldova, Poland, Canada, Ukraine, Hungary, Germany and the United States. Of course, the Chinese will be strong. There we have the Spaniards with Antia Giacomi, already won a gold medal today. There is the Chinese crew of Miao and Zhang. Just keep a very close eye on them. The Moldovans have been paddling well all week in the canoe. Chiawa and Olarusu in lane 3. In lane 4, we have from Poland, Zazula and Walczek. Poland's had a very good morning. They've had a very good week. The Canadians, the reigning world champions, Sophia Jensen and Alex Plontex. Are they going to hold on to their title here this morning? The Ukrainians, Skanera and Tereta in lane 6, third in the world last year, behind the Canadians. In lane 7, the Hungarians, Rumi and Gonçal. Laura Gonçal from Hungary. Lane 8, the Germans, Bosch and Belecki from Germany in lane 8. And in lane 9, we have the crew from the United States. They were in lane 8 yesterday, the Americans, when they stole a bronze. Well, they didn't steal it, but they flew home and grabbed a bronze medal in a men's event. And, well, could they cause something of an upset here? They were 6th in the World Championships last year. Jen, what do you make of these combinations?
Yeah, like you said, the Canadians are the reigning world champions, so they will really be wanting to win another gold here today. Like Sophia has done some amount of racing, so hopefully she has some energy left in the tank for this. The Chinese, I think they're going to be ones to look out for. They have medals from this weekend already. Mao has a bronze from the C2 500 meters and Yang a gold from the C1 1000 meters. So, you know, if they pair up correctly together and find a good rhythm, they could be going for the medals.
So we're off and racing in this C2 mixed 500 meter race. It's the under 23 world final, and it is the Canadians, Jensen and Plontex, who've gone out the hardest. They are really determined to pick up a gold medal in this event to retain their world title. There is an absolute line across the course, though, amongst the challengers at the moment. It's the Canadians clearly in front. The Spaniards over at the top of the course in second, vying there alongside the Ukrainians. The Chinese have dropped well back, so, Jen, I don't know that they have that rhythm going. The Moldovans also up there, in currently sitting in third spot, and the crew from Poland also challenging for the lead, but the Canadians looking good. Nice rhythm there with Sophia Jensen in the front of the boat. The Ukrainians outside just trying to keep on their tail, but it's the Canadians making all the running here as they head down, hoping for a second gold medal for the week for the Canadians. It's Jensen and Plontex in front. They are putting a bit more distance now in front of the field. The Spaniards over in lane 1 may be the boat that challenged them. They are really coming through now, the Spaniards. You can see with every stroke they're making up some ground. It's the Canadians in front, but watch the Spaniards in lane 1. Now Poland is also coming through. It's Canada in front. They look like they may be tiring a little bit, and there's a long way to go still. It's Canada in front. Poland getting to them. Spain maybe on the top of the course. Maybe they've snuck through and taken the lead. It's Spain over in lane 1. Canada in the middle of the course. Poland also coming through. Spain, Canada, Poland, Canada. It's Canada, I think. Oh, my goodness.
Wow.
There is 3 boats there, Canada, Poland and Spain, who have crossed as one, and I think they've given it to the Spaniards up in lane 1. What a finish. I think they have snuck through to snatch that gold medal. It was an incredible finish. The Canadians getting so tired. They went out so hard early on in the race. They had nothing to give in the last 50 metres. The Spaniards just over the line, they just built up their pace on the outside of the course. The Poles were also coming through, and they've all hit the finish line almost as one. We will wait, though, for official confirmation. It looked like they gave the gold to the Spaniards, but let's see. It won't be by much. Here we go. So it looks like up on the top. Wow. That is incredibly close. Spain, maybe, Jen.
I think it is the Spanish that just got it.
Not by much, and the Canadians, a bit of heartbreak there, and the Poles, I think, with the bronze. But let's have a look. I'll be fascinated to see the margin. Giacomi at the front, she wasn't sure. At the back of the boat, Domingo, he was positive. He was very excited about it and pretty certain that they got the gold. Let's have a look now. We'll get confirmation here. Wow, 0.04 of a second and then 0.09. Look at that finish. That is incredible. Incredible result there. Congratulations to the Spaniards. They pick up a gold, another gold medal. Fantastic finish for them. 2 gold medals today for Giacomi. She'd be pretty happy with that for a day's outing.
Yeah, some days work. Yeah, no, that was an exciting race to watch. Like, the Spanish just came through so strongly in that second half of the race. As did the Poles. The Polish really pulled up in the final 50 metres of that 500-metre race. So, look, the Canadians have to be happy. They gave it their all. It just went out maybe a little bit too hard in the early parts of the race, and unfortunately we won't have Ian Mortimer singing the national anthem today for Canada.
No, they were very enthusiastic yesterday though, and I did speak to Ian Mortimer. He assured me that he was singing yesterday, although there's no video evidence to prove it, but he told me he was. But he did say that he told the K4 yesterday, the C4, that they had a responsibility to sing the national anthem with gusto, and apparently he was quite happy with the effort they put in. So good luck, well done to him. There they go, the Spaniards. So Spain 1, Canada 2, Ukraine pick up the bronze. And the Spaniards enjoying a good day on the medal table. Let me have a look and tell you, folks, how many gold medals they have now, because they picked up a couple early on in the event as well. A couple of the men's crews picked up gold. So according to, now I don't know if they've had this medal added to the tally. Well, no, they haven't, because they've got 3 gold medals altogether now. So they had 2 before that race. So 3 gold for the Spaniards for the week, which is
good.
A good return for them. And 8 medals overall for Spain. So well done to the Spaniards. Now, we have got a whole list of medal ceremonies coming your way right now. So the next race that we will bring you will be the first of the 5,000 metre races. Jen is so excited. She's going to have to go and lie down for a little bit now just to get herself prepared. Recharge for the 5,000 metres, because we'll be getting lots of incredible insights from one of the world's great marathon paddlers and fantastic 5,000 metre paddlers during that race. So that will be coming your way in 1 hour from now, in fact, will be the next race we'll bring you. So stay and enjoy the medal ceremonies and sing with gusto when your country is up there on top of the podium. And Jenny and I will be back with you in around 55 minutes from now.
Tisztelt Hölgyeim és Uraim, ünnepélyes eredményhirdetés következik a Canoe 1-es férfi ifjúsági 500 méteres versenyszámban. Ladies and gentlemen, medal awarding ceremony for junior men in C1 500 meters. Medal awarding ceremony for junior men in C1 500 meters. The medals are presented by Ms. Jovana Stanojevic, board member of the International Canoe Federation, accompanied by Mr. Kakaber Lomishvili, team leader of Georgia. Bronze medalist at the ICF Junior and Under-23 Canoe Sprint World Championships, Michael Kulcsác, representing Moldova. Silver medalist Daniel Grijalba, representing Spain. Gold medalist and world champion Alexander Tsitsivadze, representing Georgia. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the national anthem of Georgia. Ladies and gentlemen, the medalists of the World Championships, congratulations! Tisztelt Hölgyeim és Uraim, ünnepélyes eredményhirdetés következik a Kayak 1-es női ifjúsági 500 méteres versenyszámban. Ladies and gentlemen, medal awarding ceremony for junior women in K1 500 meters. Medal awarding ceremony for junior women in K1 500 meters. The medals are presented by Mr. Luciano Bonfiglio, Treasurer of the International Canoe Federation, accompanied by Mr. Ezio Cardognetto, Team Leader of Italy. Bronze medalist at the ICF Junior and Under-23 Canoe Sprint World Championships, Finja Hermanussen, representing Germany. Silver medalist, Bianca Sidova, representing Slovakia. Gold medalist and world champion, Sara da Gratta, representing Italy. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the national anthem of Italy. Ladies and gentlemen, the medalists of the World Championships, congratulations! Tisztelt Hölgyeim és Uraim, ünnepélyes eredményhirdetés következik a Kayak 1-es férfi ifjúsági 500 méteres versenyszámban. Ladies and gentlemen, medal awarding ceremony for junior men in K1 500 meters. Éremátadó ünnepség a Kayak 1-es férfi ifjúsági 500 méteres versenyszámban. Az érmeket Gyulai Zsolt úr, kétszeres olimpiai bajnok, a Magyar Olimpiai Bizottság elnöke adja át. Kíséri Berényi Péter úr, a Nemzeti Sportügynökség ügyvezető igazgatója. Medal awarding ceremony for junior men in K1 500 meters. The medals are presented by Mr. Zsolt Gyulai, two-time Olympic champion, President of the Hungarian Olympic Committee, accompanied by Mr. Péter Berényi, CEO of the Hungarian National Sport Agency. 2022-ben az ICF ifjúsági és U23 gyorsasági Kayak Canoe világbajnokság bronzérmese, bronze medalist at the ICF Junior and Under-23 Canoe Sprint World Championships, Marcos Caballero, representing Spain, Spanyolország. Ezüstérmes, silver medalist, Matas Manfreda, representing Slovenia. Slovenia. Gold medalist and world champion, aranyérmes, világbajnok, Hídvégi Hunor Tamás, Magyarország, Hungary. Tisztelt Hölgyeim és Uraim, kérem álljanak fel Magyarország nemzeti himnusza tiszteletére. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the national anthem of Hungary. Hölgyeim és Uraim, a 2022. évi világbajnokság érmesei. Gratulálunk! Ladies and gentlemen, the medalists of the World Championships. Congratulations! Tisztelt Hölgyeim és Uraim, ünnepélyes eredményhirdetés következik a Canoe 2-es Mix U23 500 méteres versenyszámban. Ladies and gentlemen, medal awarding ceremony for C2 Mixed Under 23 500 meters. Medal awarding ceremony for C2 Mixed Under 23 500 meters. The medals are presented by Mr. Péter Berényi, CEO of the Hungarian National Sport Agency, accompanied by Mr. Fausto Moreno, team leader of Spain. Bronze medalists at the ICF Junior and Under 23 Canoe Sprint World Championships: Norman Zezula, Julia Walczak, representing Poland. Silver medalists: Sofia Jensen, Alex Plomteux, representing Canada. Gold medalists and world champions: Antilla Jacome, Diego Dominguez, representing Spain. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the national anthem of Spain. Ladies and gentlemen, the medalists of the World Championships, congratulations! Norman Zezula, please come to medal awarding ceremony. Thank you. Tisztelt Hölgyeim és Uraim, ünnepélyes eredményhirdetés következik a Canoe 1-es férfi U23 500 méteres versenyszámban. Ladies and gentlemen, medal awarding ceremony for men under 23 in C1 500 meters. Medal awarding ceremony for men under 23 in C1 500 meters. The medals are presented by Mr. Adam Kubina, Secretary General of the Hungarian Canoe Federation, accompanied by Mr. Jiangxin Li, Team Leader of the People's Republic of China. Bronze medalist at the ICF Junior and Under 23 Canoe Sprint World Championships, Gabriela Casadei, representing Italy. Silver medalist, Norman Zezula, representing Poland. Gold medalist and world champion, Bo and G, representing the People's Republic of China. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the national anthem of the People's Republic of China. Ladies and gentlemen, the medalists of the World Championships. Congratulations! Beatriz Briones from Mexico, please come to medal awarding ceremony. Tisztelt Hölgyeim és Uraim, ünnepélyes eredményhirdetés következik a Kayak 1-es női U23 500 méteres versenyszámban. Ladies and gentlemen, medal awarding ceremony for women under 23 in K1 500 meters. Érem átadó ünnepség a Kayak 1-es női U23 500 méteres versenyszámban. Az érmeket Kárai Péter úr, a Magyar Kayak Canoe Szövetség alelnöke adja át. Kíséri a lengyel csapat képviseletében Marcel Junke úr. Medal awarding ceremony for women under 23 in K1 500 meters. The medals are presented by Mr. Péter Kárai, Vice President of the Hungarian Canoe Federation, accompanied as the representative of the Polish team, Mr. Marcel Juncker. 2022-ben az ICF ifjúsági és U23 gyorsasági kajakkenu világbajnokság bronzérmese, bronze medalist at the ICF Junior and Under 23 Canoe Sprint World Championships, Beatriz Briones, representing Mexico. Ezüstérmes, silver medalist, Rendesi Eszter, Magyarország, Hungary. Aranyérmes, világbajnok, gold medalist and world champion Helena Wisniewska, representing Poland, Lengyelország. Tisztelt Hölgyeim és Uraim, kérem álljanak fel Lengyelország nemzeti himnusza tiszteletére. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the national anthem of Poland. Hölgyeim és Uraim, a 2022. évi világbajnokság érmesei. Gratulálunk! Ladies and gentlemen, the medalists of the World Championships. Congratulations! Tisztelt Hölgyeim és Uraim, ünnepélyes eredményhirdetés következik a Kayak 1-es férfi U23 500 méteres versenyszámban. Ladies and gentlemen, medal awarding ceremony for men under 23 in K1 500 meters. Éremátadó ünnepség a Kayak 1-es férfi U23 500 méteres versenyszámban. Az érmeket Kovács Norbert úr, a Nemzeti Sportközpontok főigazgatója adja át, kíséri Schmidt Gábor úr, a Magyar Kayak Canoe Szövetség elnöke. Medal awarding ceremony for men under 23 in K1 500 meters. The medals are presented by Mr. Norbert Kovács, General Director of the National Sports Centers, accompanied by Mr. Gábor Schmidt, President of the Hungarian Canoe Federation. 2022-ben az ICF ifjúsági és U23 gyorsasági kajakkenú világbajnokság bronzérmese. Bronze medalist at the ICF Junior and Under 23 Canoe Sprint World Championships. Bojan Delar representing Serbia. Ezüstérmes, silver medalist Thomas Green representing Australia. Gold medalist and world champion, aranyérmes, világbajnok, Varga Ádám, Magyarország, Hungary. Tisztelt Hölgyeim és Uraim, kérem álljanak fel Magyarország nemzeti himnusza tiszteletére. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the national anthem of Hungary. Hölgyeim és Uraim, a 2022. évi világbajnokság érmesei. Gratulálunk! Ladies and gentlemen, the medalists of the World Championships. Congratulations! Tisztelt Hölgyeim és Uraim, ünnepélyes eredményhirdetés következik a Kayak 2-es Mix U23 500 méteres versenyszámban. Ladies and gentlemen, medal awarding ceremony for K2 Mixed under 23 in 500 meters. Éremátadó ünnepség a Kayak 2-es Mix U23 500 méteres versenyszámban. Az érmeket Kubina Ádám úr, a Magyar Kayak Canoe Szövetség főtitkára adja át, kíséri Mikál Gárszkiewicz úr, a lengyel csapat vezetője. Medal awarding ceremony for K2 Mixed under 23 500 meters. The medals are presented by Mr. Ádám Kubina, Secretary General of the Hungarian Canoe Federation, accompanied by Mr. Mikál Gárszkiewicz, team leader of the Polish team. 2022-ben az ICF ifjúsági és U23 gyorsasági kajakkenú világbajnokság bronzérmesei, bronze medalists at the ICF Junior and Under 23 Canoe Sprint World Championships, Vojt Sára, Opavski Márk, Magyarország, Hungary. Ezüstérmesek, silver medalists, Josefina Land, Leonard Busch, representing Germany, Németország. Aranyérmesek, világbajnokok, gold medalists and world champions. Martina Klat, Jakub Szczepun, representing Poland, Lengyelország. Tisztelt Hölgyeim és Uraim, kérem álljanak fel Lengyelország nemzeti himnusza tiszteletére. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the national anthem of Poland. Hölgyeim és Uraim, a 2022. évi világbajnokság érmesei. Gratulálunk! Ladies and gentlemen, the medalists of the World Championships. Congratulations! 5000 méteres versenyszámok következnek 11 óra 45 perckor rajtól az első 5 kilométeres futam. A Canoe 1-es női U23 versenyszámot láthatják ekkor. 8 darab 5000 méteres versenyszám vár ránk, 4 az U23-as korosztályban és 4 az ifjúsági korosztályban. A női Canoe 1-esek után következnek majd a férfi Canoe 1-esek, aztán a kajakos hölgyek és a kenus urak. Ez az U23-as 5 kilométerek sorrendje, 11 óra 40 perckor tehát Canoe 1-es női U23 5000 méteres versenyszám. The 5000 meters finals are coming up. Our first 5K final starts at 11:45 and you will see the women in C1 under 23 start in 10 minutes. Néhány szó az 5000 méteres versenyekről. Egy nagy kört kell majd megtenniük a versenyzőknek, és 4 kis kör vár rájuk az Osztó-sziget környékéről. Indulnak majd, ott látjuk a stéget, amin 1-től kezdődő számokkal várják a segítők a versenyzőket. Mindenkinek, minden önkéntesnek egy rajtszám lesz a kezében. Így szemből nézve balról jobbra haladnak majd a számok, tehát az Osztó-sziget felőli oldalon áll majd az 1-es rajtszámú versenyző, és erre a csűrök felé, a mérleg sátor felé állnak majd a nagyobb számok. Onnan lesz tehát hátulról, a stégről a rajt, és az első nagy kör után, a 4 kicsi kör megtétele után itt a céltoronynál érkeznek a célba majd a versenyzők. Ez lesz tehát az 5000 méteres versenyszám. Mind a 8 5000 méteres versenyszámban ugyan ezen szisztéma szerint indulnak a versenyzők majd, tehát a pálya legvégétől, a hajótároló előtti hosszú nagy stégtől indulnak majd a versenyzők, és itt a lelátó előtt teszik meg a nagy kört, majd a 4 kis kört, és érkeznek a célba. A szabályok szerint annak a versenyzőnek, akit leköröznek, ki kell majd állnia, az ő eredményét ott azon a ponton lezárják. Ez természetesen érvényes befutást jelent, csak nem mehet végig 5000 métert a pályán. You will see the 5000 meters finals from 11:45. There is one large and 4 small loops in this 5K finals. The numbers will go from 1 on the island side, and there is a pontoon with boat holders. From the spectators area, it's a little bit far away, the start, so you will see the start maybe on the screen, but the big large, the 1 large and the 4 small loops will be here in front of the spectators area, and the finish line is the same in front of the finish tower. The overlapped athlete has to finish the race. They are of course not disqualified, but they have to finish if they are overlapped.
So here we are. Welcome back if you've been away, if you've been taking a little break, as Jen and I have, as we prepare for, well, Jenny Egan will tell you the most important races of the whole week. There's certainly going to be a really interesting spectacle, the 5,000 metre races. There we go on the start line now, where the first race is the C1 Women's 5,000 metres under 23 final. Jenny, you know some of these paddlers, although you're not a canoe paddler, you're a kayak paddler, but what can you tell us about this field?
Yeah, I think the Canadian is going to be one of the favourites in this field, Julia Lee Ozend. She won a bronze medal in the C2 500 metres at this championships already, and also she was in the C4 that won gold. So she will be one of the strong contenders, and you know, in Canada they would be quite good at tactics. Katie Vincent won the 5,000 metres in Halifax, so she has someone very strong to look up to.
Very interesting at the moment, Jen. They're spreading all over the course, aren't they?
They sure are.
Would that be to get wind advantage or wash advantage? What's the tactics here? Talk us through it.
So obviously C1s are a lot harder to control than kayaks, because they've no rudders on their boat for steering, so they have to steer with their stroke. As you can see, the Canadian has found herself at the back of the pack at the moment, but you know, if she tries to go out wide and surf the waves up, she could get back into that leading group. So for people who aren't familiar with their sport, to compare it to cycling is a good example, as in cycling you've got the draft mechanism. So in cycling, if you tuck in behind a competitor, you know you can reserve energy, and it's similar in canoe and kayak 5,000 metre racing. There's a wash that comes off the boat, and when you sit on that wash you can reserve between 10 to 15% on the side wash, and then there is also a V wash, which you can reserve up to 25%. So not always the strongest, fittest paddler wins these long distance races, as you can be tactically very clever and be able to reserve your energy.
Now, we saw an athlete there go in the wash. I think it might have been the Romanian athlete Chabanyuk, who went in for a swim very early on in the race. So hopefully she'll climb back in and maybe try and continue, but it makes it very, very hard when you go for a swim at this stage of the race. So let's have a look at what's happening early on. As we would expect, the Ukrainian is up there, the Pole is up there, and the German, the leading three at the moment. And we know how strong the Ukrainians are in canoe. The Chinese are there as well. So really, four of your big, strong canoe nations there. No Canadian, no Hungarian at this stage, but we're only on the first lap. So there's a lot that can happen. But you would expect, Jen, that the Pole and the Ukrainian and the Chinese athlete, they'll know how to paddle a canoe. You'd expect them, now that they're in the front at this early stage, to hold on to that lead group.
Yeah, you know, they're in the ideal position now. They're in the front of the pack. They've got clear water in front of them, so it's a lot easier for them to control their boats also. So, as you can see, the Polish lady is leading at the moment, and they don't seem to be forming a particularly good group for wash hanging. So they could be in a group of four, and they could have...
Look at this. This is difficult. This is hard work. How much effort goes into... She's going to do it. She's not going to give in. She's very determined, Chabanyuk, to get back in this boat and to finish her race. Oh, no! Oh, I shouldn't laugh. In fact, I'm not laughing, because that's just heartbreaking for her. She's desperately trying to get back into the canoe to keep her race going, but unfortunately that's a tough gig, trying to climb into a canoe in the...
It sure is, and fair play to her for trying to get back in, and hopefully she can get back in and maybe catch up a little bit of time.
No, I think
she's getting some help now.
I think she might have given up. I think once you get help, that's it, isn't it? I don't think you can continue. So
yeah, I think so.
That's disappointing for her, to fall out on the first lap, and you can see that she's absolutely gutted.
Yeah, it's not a nice feeling, because sometimes these things are just completely out of your control. Someone can hit your blade, and before you know it, you're in the water. There's nothing you can do. But as you can see there, the Canadian girl is making up some ground, trying to catch up to the leading pack, who is formed by Poland, China, Germany, and Ukraine
on the outside there.
Yeah. So, and the Moldovan also and the Czech athlete are also closing the gap. So we might actually have a big group forming, and we could have a group of 7 boats soon, which would be very exciting.
Where's the best place to be? You know, I mean, obviously it depends on the V and the wash and that, but Jen, your normal modus operandi, you normally like to just sit back in the middle of the pack there. Is that the best place to sit?
So obviously sitting on the V wash is where you're going to reserve the most energy. But in the early part of the race, when there's maybe a lot of argy-bargy going on, I would prefer to be up on a side wash of the leading athlete, because you're going to have maybe a cleaner run there. And I also personally prefer to be on the outside of the turning boys. In terms of if I'm on the side wash of a leading competitor, I would prefer to be on the outside wash of her, just because there's less chance of being pushed inside the boys. Or
so we can see this here. They're going around the boys here. So where the German paddler is on the outside,
yeah,
that's the best place to be.
That would be, for me, that would be where I would want to be. You've got clear water. You've no one is going to push you inside the boys. So
but someone can push you out wide as well, though, I suppose.
They can, but at the same time, there's not as much problems that would occur with that. But so that's where I would choose to be, especially early on in the race. But you know, that always doesn't always work out that way.
You can see there a group of 4, just as Jen described the argy-bargy that goes on in this sort of racing, and there was a little bit of skullduggery going on there amongst that quartet. But there is a good wide view of this field now as they've come around the first bend, and they are now racing down the back straight, and it is still Poland in front. This is the athlete Emilia Braun from Poland who leads, and on her outside, making a real pest of herself, is the German Isabel Zanin, just sitting on the poles outside. There's no chivalry in this. Is there a sharing of the lead that goes on, Jen, or basically is it you go to the front? If you choose to go to the front, you stay there and you better do the work?
Yeah, no, sometimes you'd be told to go up and do some work.
I've heard you, actually. I think I've heard you in a race telling someone to get a move on.
Well, you could be the one telling someone, you know, there's kind of, when you get into a leading pack and say there's 3 of you away, you know that you're got a good chance of finishing in a medal position if you can keep that lead. So I think it's very beneficial then to work together as a group to keep your lead away from 4th, 5th, 6th position. So yeah, I would tend to like to share the work in that position, but you know, then when it gets later onto the race and there's 3 of you away, for example, you know, you want to fight for that gold medal. So you have to be smart in terms of reserving the energy, your energy as much as possible. So, but you know, there'll be times during the race that someone might be leading and they'll look around, they say, come on, your turn, get up and work, kind of thing. Or, you know, you kind of have to learn an international language as well when you're in the middle of these races.
Well, generally if you shout, go, go, go,
yeah,
they tend to know what you're talking about. But as we speak, it looks like the German may be taking her turn at the front. If they can break away those front 2, like you say, maybe they'll work together. The second group, though, is...
The Chinese might be closing them
Might
down.
be wanting to make this into a group of 3. The Ukrainian sitting on her tail as well. But they are your lead 2. This is Braun from Poland and the German Zanin. They have led from the start, the 2 of them, and trying to put a bit of distance between themselves. But the Chinese athlete, as you would expect, just hanging around there, Yin Wan, trying to make up a little bit of ground to make it a group of 3. Just going back now and looking at that start.
You can see now how the Canadian girl off the start gets into a little bit of trouble. I might show it now in a second.
And there's the Romanian girl there going in for the swim. Unfortunately, the Canadian was caught up in that as well,
yeah,
as was the Hungarian. So
that's the thing with these 5K races, Ross. You really have to hope for a good, clean race as well. You know, you could do everything that's right to try and have a clean race, but it just takes someone to hit the back of your boat and you could be spun. And, you know, it doesn't help that other athlete either. It ends up hindering them also. So everyone should try and give each other as much space as possible in terms of being as clean as possible. But these races don't happen like that. And you know, as well, some of these sprint paddlers, they might not have done any long distance racing before. This is the first time that the 5,000 meters has been on the under 23 and the junior program for World Championships, which is very exciting for the future of our sport. But it's a new event maybe for some of them. They might have had it in their home country, but they mightn't have raced it internationally. Or, you know, some of these athletes might have been involved in marathon racing before, so then they would have some tactical awareness of what to do and what happens during these long distance races.
So coming down for the second bend of the race, and it is now Braun and Zanin, the Pole and the German, who are out clearly in the front two. Will they work together now that they've got a bit of space? The Chinese athlete is in that awkward position between the front group and the third group, and it's the Moldovan, I think, now who's taken over from the Ukrainian and currently sitting in fourth position. But at this stage, Jen, you've got the three middle positions clearly out in front of the rest of the field, and it's going to take some work to run down the three of them. It'll be interesting to see now whether they do work together, but Braun has led from the start, and the German athlete Zanin has shown no inclination at this stage to take over and to take up any of the running.
Yeah, and if I was the German athlete and I was comfortable on the Polish wash and she was happy leading, I wouldn't be going up to lead either. I'd be reserving my energy and saving it for the finish to try and win that gold medal. I do think the Chinese girl might catch up, though. She's within very close distance to the front group, and she looks like she's closing down the few meters between them.
Yeah, she's been at about that distance for a little while now, but now I'm looking across the course now from our vantage point here. They're on the opposite side of the course to where we're sitting, and I can see that she's putting in a bit of an effort to try and just get on the back of the front two, but there is still that couple of meters there between them, and then quite a big gap now opening up to the Moldovan and the Ukrainian paddler. The Canadian Julia is then sitting in around 6th spot from what I can see, and then the Hungarian out by herself in 7th spot, and well off the pace at this stage. So I think at this stage what we're seeing, I think we're going to find it very hard to see anyone other than these three leaders featuring in the medals. The question will be, what colour will they take? It's the Polish paddler Braun, who is still leading and looking quite strong still on her outside, as she's been for most of the race. The German Zanin, and you can see the Chinese paddler there in the background sitting in clear third position at the moment. Should be aware that she's got a medal if she can keep this pace going, Yin Wan. So I'm sure she wouldn't be happy just to settle for a bronze and just biding her time. There's a bit of distance to go yet in this race. I mean, you can't read a lot into facial expressions, but the German looks quite comfortable, doesn't she, sitting on the outside there?
She sure does. And, you know, if I was the Chinese athlete now, I would be heading off left of that to try and surf the wave up from the Polish girl, because you can surf the wave up if you go out a little bit wider, but she seems to be trying to really stay in behind them.
Yeah.
But she is, see the way the waves come off the boat there?
Yes.
If she went left, she could surf that wave up. If she puts in 20 hard strokes, she would create it.
She needs a good coach. I wonder if there's anyone around, Jenny. A good Irish coach who can teach her
tactical
the tactics of a 5,000 metre race, because she's making life a bit harder for herself, isn't she?
She sure is, yeah. See, if she just went a little bit wider, she could surf that wave up to that front group.
And of course, there's nothing illegal about that. You're absolutely within your rights to go wherever you want, as long as you don't go inside the buoys. When you're doing the bends, then you can go where you want. But these are your lead two at the moment, looking nice and strong.
Yeah, so there's 6 buoys on each turn that you have to go around. You can see that they're marked by a red and yellow flag, and they are the buoys that you have to turn around. So this course consists of 1 long lap. They go up to the 750 meters, which we have seen, and then they do 4 short laps around the close to the 250 meter mark on the course.
Are you keeping count, by the way, Jen?
Yes, I think they are going on to their second short lap.
Yes, I think so. So they've done the long one. They've done one first short lap, and now they are. Now we can see the Chinese girl has caught up now. She's back. She's on the tail now of the German paddler. So that is a group of three, a lead group of three. Big gap now to the Moldovan and the Ukrainian. They are well back now and are going to really have to put their skates on if they want to stay in touch. But there's your lead group of three, the Chinese athlete. She's done a bit more work than she needs to get up there on that lead group, but she's there now, Jenny.
She sure is, and you know, she needs to just try and relax now when she gets up into the lead group and reserve as much energy as possible and replenish her energy stores that she's used trying to catch them up. The German girl looks very relaxed, so she's going to have
Polish girl hasn't stopped smiling since the race
yeah,
started.
she
Isn't it
seems
nice to
very
see
happy. Yeah,
somebody who's enjoying their work, Jenny?
yeah, she should maybe think about getting the German girl to go up and do a little bit of work though, so she can have a little rest. But you know, some athletes, they actually like leading from the front. They, especially ones that wouldn't be so experienced in these long distance racing. So you know, she's obviously comfortable and happy to be at the front there, but you can see how much energy that the German girl is reserving.
Yeah.
Obviously the Chinese is going to be a little bit more tired than them now, but she has a bit of time to. This is their second short lap, and they've 4 short laps altogether. So if she can try and relax now on the wash, it doesn't look like it's too relaxing for her there, though. She looks a little bit uncomfortable.
She's wobbling all over the place. She's very unsteady there, so she needs to find some calmer water, I think, at the moment, because she's putting herself in a pretty awkward position. You can see the front of her boat there just into shot, but Braun's still leading. Zanin on her outside. Braun's still smiling, still very, very happy to be out here on a Sunday paddling for gold. Chinese athlete's all over the shop, isn't she? She's working hard, but...
Yeah, she's expending a lot of energy just trying to control her boat. If she could try and get up on the side wash of the Polish girl, it would be a little bit less bumpy than sitting back where she is.
Yeah, the amount of work she's doing, she's dropping off again now. All that effort to get up into that front group of 2, and now looks like she might have spent a little bit too much to get up there, and she's in danger now of dropping off.
Yeah, and you really have to appreciate how unstable these boats are.
Yes.
People think, you know, they just think about the race and who's like leading and that, but when you try out one of these boats, most people will just fall in the water.
Absolutely.
And the same for K1s, kayak, they are so unstable, and until someone experiences themselves from outside the sport, they don't realize the stability that goes into them. And you know, when I try and describe our sport to someone, I try and describe it in a way that we are athletes like in athletics. However, then we have to have good core strength. We need to have good stability. Our sport is also extremely technical. The efficiency of your stroke is so important. So, you know, for our sport, it takes many years to become very efficient at it, and most people outside our sport don't appreciate how much goes into it. So I always thought that it would be great to have, say, when you have a kayaking race being live streamed or a canoe race being live streamed, to have a person outside the sport to show them trying to go in one of these boats just before the race, because then people will have an appreciation of how difficult they are to just like kneel in or to sit in a kayak without even trying to race, you know, and that kind of brings it home to people about how difficult it is.
And just on top of that, Jen, I mean, that's a really good explanation. On top of that, though, the parts of your body that must be aching, because it's not natural. It's not a natural position to be in, and you're on your knee for this length of time and stretching out your back, your legs, everything must just start to
Yes,
burn.
I would imagine that the C1 athletes would get some hip and lower back issues throughout their careers. It's very difficult kind of on their bodies, but you know, they train to adapt to these situations, and they are used to being able to be in this position. Like, you know, canoeists also do marathon distances. So, you know, the women, the senior women would race 26, or I think they race 22 kilometers, and then the senior men in canoe race 26 kilometers. So, you know, that's a long time as well. Obviously, there's portages involved in marathon when you get out and run with your boat. But you know, it's a long time to be in that position also. But they train day in, day out for these competitions. You know, they're on the water twice a day, 6 days a week, as well as gym and running throughout the year. So their bodies are trained for this position and also trained for the distances that they are racing.
So we still have the front two. They've been there since the get-go. From Poland, the athlete Braun, and on her outside, the German Zanin. The Chinese athlete Yin Wang caught up again on the last bend, but she seems to fall away a little bit on the straight. She's still, there you go, you get a view now of how far off the pace she is. At one stage she was up there in the group, but she's dropped back again. No danger at this stage from the chasing pack. It's the Moldovan, I can see across the other side of the channel, is leading the charge. She's by herself basically, and then the athlete from Ukraine and then Canada, they are the chasing pack, but they're spread out as well. There's no formation there, Jen. It would be quite frustrating, I think, for the Moldovan not to have anyone with her. You can see there she is in the background. She's by herself. The Ukrainian is by herself, and the Canadian's by herself. So there's no organised chase pack, which is
there's not. And, you know, obviously the Moldovan, she probably won't want to be caught at this late stage in the race, because realistically they're not going to catch up to that front group now. However, if they did have a group formation earlier in the race, they could have worked together to close in on that front group. And you know, as we spoke earlier about working together when you're in a group, I know myself, when I haven't had the best starts, or say I've had collisions off the start, or I've been, you know, had my paddles or my boat hit from behind, like, you can always try and catch up. And now we can actually see that the Chinese girl is getting back up to that front group again.
I hope she hasn't miscounted here. She's paddling like this is the finish, and she's going to be in for a shock.
Yeah, and you know, they will ring the bell here when they have one lap to go.
I'm assuming, unless, well, look at the time. That should give us a fair indication.
Yeah, they definitely have another short lap.
They've got another lap to go, so I think there's a bit of confusion here amongst the athletes. I think for a moment there, it looked like the front two thought all of a sudden they were heading towards the finish line, but the Chinese definitely paddling like she thinks this is the finish, or whether she just decided that she wanted to be in the lead going into the final lap. But she's put a lot of effort in here to take over, and I think she's going to come around the bend. She's doing a lot of work out wide to stay in the lead. Well, it's all become a little bit of a mess, but it is the Chinese athlete Wang. She really flew down the straight there, determined. She was racing as though she was on the last lap, but
that was some pickup, Ross.
It really, really was.
And now she's into the lead, and you know, you really want to be leading in the final stretch of this race, because when you're in the lead, it's easier to defend and get across that line in first position, because the people on the side washes have to try and get over the wash that comes off your boat, so it takes more energy. So being in the lead coming to the finish is the ideal position to be in.
This is going to be a long sprint to home, obviously. The German now makes her move. She's been sitting comfortably all race. Jenny's been calling her looking the most comfortable of all the paddlers. Now she gets serious and decides to put some yards in, and she takes the lead. Isabel Zanin, she certainly has looked really comfortable during the early stages of this race. So has she got more left in it than her Chinese and Polish opponent? She's looking strong at the moment, looking across the course. It is the German who's now cleared out to a clear lead. The Pole is sitting in second place. The Chinese, maybe she's blown her chances with that race to get to the lead, but it's Zanin in front, Braun second. Braun has led for most of the race, and now she's desperately trying to claw back the distance to the German, who's out clearly in front now. Isabel Zanin coming up now. They'll take the final bend in just a little while, and then it will be the sprint to the finish line. But there you can see how big the gap is now between the German. It's been a perfect race so far for her, Jenny.
Perfect race. She did everything right. She's reserved energy by being on the front side wash the whole way. And now, when she needs to most, she's taken up the lead because she has the energy reserves to do so. And, you know, that's what's so great about these races, the tactics that are involved. You have to think all the time. You have to think in the heat of the moment about what's going on around you. So, as you can see, she was very smart, reserving energy, and now she's able to use the energy she's reserved in the final stretch.
And look at this now. It is clear second, clear third. I can only assume, Jenny, that the Chinese miscounted the laps, surely, because it makes no sense that she would use so much energy to get to the front of that pack with a lap to go, and now she's burnt out.
Yeah, and it could happen very easily, Ross. It's happened many times in senior World Cups or European Champs or World Championships that people miscalculate the laps. You know, you're working so hard and then you're trying to count the laps as you go around, and sometimes it's easy to miscalculate them. So you always have to listen out for that final bell before the last lap.
But look at this. This is your gold, silver and bronze medalist. Maybe the Chinese athlete might be able to lift and challenge again for the silver, but I don't think there's any doubt at all where the gold medal is going. It's going to Germany. It's been a very well-controlled C1 5,000 metre race for Isabel Zanin. As she comes down now towards the finish line, you can hear the drums, you can hear the crowd cheering her on. It's going to be a very comprehensive victory. She's even getting stronger as she gets to the line. She doesn't know who's behind her, how far away they are, but she's got a long distance between herself and the silver medalist. There you go. You can see there the Polish girl. What a brave race she's paddled. She's led for most of it, but just had nothing to give when Zanin made her mark, made her move after the second last bend, as Isabel Zanin from Germany comes down to take the gold medal. Fantastic race for her, fantastic result. Congratulations, perfectly timed. She's pretty emotional about that. It was a really strong race. The Polish paddler, she'll be excited to take the silver. She's worked really, really hard and to finish in the second spot. And the Chinese athlete, well, Yin Wen, it was a very interesting race. Probably not a race that you'd show to other aspiring young athletes as a way to do a 5,000 metre race, Jenny Egan, but she gets the bronze.
Yeah, for sure. You know, she could have, you know, she'll learn from this and be more tactically aware in future races. But like you say, it's a great result to have crossed the line in bronze medal position, and who knows what she can do in the future in 5,000 metre racing if she becomes a little bit more tactically aware. I see she's last year under 23, but maybe she will go into the senior ranks in 5,000 metres.
So the Moldovan finishing fourth, Ukraine fifth, Canada sixth, and Hungary coming in now in seventh place. But yeah, great result for Germany. By their standards, probably not a great World Championships this week. You normally expect them to be pretty dominant on the medal table, but that is a nice finish for Isabel Zanin to pick up a gold medal in the first of our 5,000 metre races, the C1 Women's Under-23. Silver to Amelia Braun, and the bronze there going to Yin Wen from China. Really exciting race. So we're glad we can bring this to you. Just reminding you, though, that the disappointing news that because of scheduling conflicts with the TV network that is bringing you these pictures, we won't be able to bring you live stream coverage of the junior 5,000 metre races this afternoon. We're really disappointed about that because we know that they're going to be a fantastic race to watch. So we do apologise. It's out of our control. It is a scheduling conflict involving the host broadcaster. But look, we've got some more great races to bring you before then, and I hope you're going to enjoy them. If they're of that quality, then we should see some fantastic contests still to come. But there is your winner. She looks pretty happy with herself, Isabel Zanin, as she should be. She's our inaugural, Jenny Egan, our inaugural C1 Women's Under-23 5,000 metre gold medalist.
She sure is. That'll go down in history, and hopefully it will continue on in the sport to have it at the World Championship level. As you can see, the interest is there. We've got some very big A finals coming up with 20 up to 35, I think up to 30 plus boats in some of the lineups. So
Yeah.
it just shows how much these athletes want to race. Yeah, under 23 men will have 35 boats on the start line. So, you know, it's really important for our sport that we have distances that appeal to all the different type of athletes, you know, so that they can excel in their individual discipline.
And there is the energy that goes into one of these races. That's the athlete from Hungary, Sina Molnar. And there's your Chinese athlete, the bronze medalist.
It is hot here today, but there is a nice breeze out there for racing, so that will help the athletes to keep their body temperatures a little bit lower during the race to be able to have more energy.
Amelia Braun, the pole, she just has not stopped smiling. She's got a beautiful smile, and even when she was...
And isn't it lovely to see how much it means to her?
Yep. And here's the athlete from the United States, Helen Shute, just coming in now to the finish. Good on her out there and pushing it through to the finish line. Helen Shute from the United States of America coming in now to cross the finish line in this C1, women's 5,000 metre under 23 A final. So I think we have a little break now. We've got about a 15-minute break before the men's C1. Let me just check. We might have I don't think we've got a medal ceremony straight up. So we'll take a little break and then we'll be back with the men's 5,000 metre C1 final in just around 10 minutes from now.
Tehát kérem tisztelettel az 5000 méteres versenygépben a női futam első futam végére értünk. És hamarosan kezdődik a következő 5000
perc múlva 12 óra 30 perckor rajtol majd a Canoe most 23 5000 méteres döntőben korlátozásokkal majd 7-es rajtszámmal, viszont egy verseny van a rajtlistákon, reméljük, hogy 21 versenyző lesz majd a rajton. So the next event is the final for men under 23 C1, 5 kilometers. It starts at 12:30. We kindly ask the owner of the car with the license plate, it's a Slovakian car, so Slovakia, please pay attention. If you have the car with the license plate number KM 048FB, please go to your car and open it. There is a dog in the car. K1 048F and B, Slovakian car. Please go to your car and open it. Thank you.
Okay, well, I hope you've enjoyed a little break. Depending where you are in the world, what time, maybe you went off and had a cup of Bonox. Still, Jenny said to me after, she said, what is Bonox? What is this Bonox of which you speak? And it's just hard to put it into words. I'm going to have to Google it, I think, Jen, and give you a definition. But maybe you've had something a little bit stiffer, depending if you're in a time zone where it's an appropriate time. Is there ever an inappropriate time, to be honest, just to have maybe a whiskey or something like that to prepare yourself for the C1 men's 5,000 metre under 23 final. Nice big field here, Jenny. I think we're going to see some pretty keen racing here from the men. 21 athletes in all on the start line, and you can see there on the screen a good cross-section from around the globe. We have an athlete here from, we haven't called much for the Chinese Taipei team this week, and of course we have an American in there as well. We've got the usual suspects. We've got an athlete from Tunisia in this field, an athlete from Mexico, an athlete from Iran. It really is a global sport, canoeing, no doubt about that, and to have all these countries and all these continents represented in a final at an under-23 World Championships for canoe sprint is great, and a great showcase for our event, Jenny.
Yeah, for sure. There's some really strong athletes in this. We've
no
got
Irish paddler though.
No, we don't have we don't have any C1 paddlers at the moment. We did have one athlete who went to London 2012, Andrzej Jezierski, in the C1 200 meters. However, we don't have any C1 paddlers currently at the moment. So
let this be a rallying cry from Jenny Egan. Get out there, men. Get amongst it. It's a fantastic sport. You would love it, and you get to compete and train alongside Jenny Egan, maybe, which would be worth it in itself.
Some new training partners. Yeah, so we've got 21 athletes on the start line, some strong paddlers. We've got some medalists from the 1,000 meter events this weekend. We've bronze medalists from C1000 meters from Moldova out in lane 17. Beside him in lane 18 is Uzbekistan. He was 4th in the C1000 meters. And then over in lane 1 from Ukraine, there's a silver medalist from C2000 meters. So this is going to be a strong race.
And then you've got the Spaniard, Dominguez. I think he was in a C2. And Cassidy, of course, the Italian, who we saw earlier today, is paddling well. Like you said before, though, Jen, we've not seen this age group before doing these events, so it's really hard to draw a line through their foot. And someone's already had a swim. Somebody has already gone in. What country is that, Jen? Can you?
Singapore, I think.
Singapore.
Yeah.
That is disappointing for the Singapore athlete to be in the water already.
We're going to see some groups probably forming early enough now in this race. They're all just trying to keep some clear water. And then they're going to try and find a wash to reserve energy on if they're smart.
And there's an Australian in there as well. Great to see Australia with a... there's a bit of a traffic jam in the middle there. There's some people getting in each other's way. Great to see Australia having a C1 paddler again at an international level. It's been a few years in the men's competition since they've had a C1 paddler. So you can see there Ben Manning up there near the front group, actually. He's put himself into a good spot.
Yeah, and I'm sure he's been motivated by Bernie Wallace and Josie Bulmer, is
yes,
that correct?
Correct.
From Australia. Who
Bernie Wallace has just become, or she's becoming a mum.
She's become a mum, so congratulations to her.
Great stuff for Bernie. I'm sure she's watching. She loves her canoe paddling. She's passionate about the sport, her and her big ugly brother Kenny.
She was also a great kayaker as well,
was.
and loved the K1 5,000 metres, as did Kenny.
Yep. She switched across to the canoe, of course, and went to the Olympics in Tokyo, which was fantastic as well. So here we go. Now we're starting to get some shape taken to this field. We haven't had a bend yet, and of course, Jenny, that's going to be the interesting part, because there are a lot of people trying to squeeze around a very small space.
Yeah, and especially in these boats, like I said, they don't have a rudder for steering, so they have to steer their boats with their stroke. So
looks like it's the Romanian out in front now, Victor Stepan.
yeah, and the Aussie is up there also.
He really is. Well, he's giving us a good shake. So it's the Romanian Stepan, the Uzbekistan paddler Denisov is there, the Ukrainian is on the outside, and the Australian just sticking his nose in there, and also the paddler from Iran, I think, is in there as well, Reze, who will be pretty keen to win a medal. So there you have 5 very different nations up in the leading pack. Ben Manning now just dropping off a little bit, struggling to Benjamin Manning to keep in touch, but a group of 4 at the front, and not your usual suspects, although having said that, of course, we know that Ukraine is very strong. Uzbekistan, Romania and Iran. There is a very interesting quartet. And this is the long lap, of course, Jenny, so I said they were coming up to the bend. This is the first lap is a long lap, so they've got a bit of a distance to go yet.
Yeah, they just go up past the 750, so it's 1 long lap and then 4 shorter laps around the 250 meter mark. So yeah, as you can see, those boats that aren't in the front group, they are in horrible choppy water at the moment, and they're trying to find their rhythm. And you know, if they can be smart enough, they should go out far from the washes, out to the right or left, and surf that wave up rather than being in the bad chop right behind that front group.
That's where Ben Manning finds himself now, I think, the Australian. A couple of athletes there you can obviously see trying to catch up to get on the back end of that front group of 4. I think that may be the Hungarian there, who's sitting in 5th spot at the moment, desperately trying to tag on to the end of that group of 4 at the front, which consists of, closest to the camera, an Iranian, a Romanian, an Uzbeki and a Ukrainian.
That's quite a tongue twister.
Isn't it, indeed? But isn't that a great snapshot of this, how international this sport really is, to have those 4 countries up there. Now a little bit of problems. I think the Ukrainian got himself into a spot of bother and didn't like where he was in the pack, so he's changed it. And the Romanian's got himself in trouble. Obviously not very good at doing corners. And this is a talent. This is really sorting them out, Jenny, this first bend.
Sure is, and the Iranian is really trying to make a breakaway now.
Wow, there's real drama back there in spots 3 and 4. Look at these two. They don't know what they're doing. They can't even... Oh, they've gone on the wrong side of the buoy. So there's a real problem there for the athlete from Romania. He's gone on the wrong side of the buoy and will need to... what's the normal rule with this, Jenny? Will he have to go circle back, or will he have to sit out? What happens here?
As far as I know, he should have gone back around that
I think he should have turned around and gone back again, but he didn't.
In marathon racing, you get a time penalty, but in the 5,000 meters, I think you're disqualified.
So we'd need to have another look, but I'm pretty sure from what I saw that he was on the wrong side of that buoy.
And there's also some other things in the rules that if it... As far as I know now, if someone hits you and causes you to go inside the buoy, then the person that hit you could be the person that's disqualified.
All right. Well, hopefully our TV cameras can get back and have a look and show us what happened there, but it was an absolute mess. Those two who were in the top 4 got themselves into all sorts of trouble and have now paid the price because they are stuck back there and possibly disqualified, but we need to get confirmation of that. But no problems at all for our 2 leaders. They negotiated the bend without any problems at all. I just think both those athletes did not know how to do bends, Jenny. They looked like they were in all sorts of trouble.
Yeah, it looked very messy there on that turn. And, you know, all it takes, like I said, is for one competitor to just nudge the back of your boat going around that turn, because you're so close to those boys. So it can easily happen. And sometimes, you know, if you're the person in front leading it around and someone hits the back of your boat, there's nothing you can actually even really do except try and brace and keep the boat outside those boys. It's paid off nicely for the Ukrainian and the Iranian, though. They have made a break. The Hungarian and the Spanish are not far behind, though, so they'll be wanting to close the gap to the leading group now.
As we would say in Australia, Jenny, they are scattered like Brown's cows. Have you heard that?
No, I haven't.
Farmer Brown's cows. That's what they look like out there at the moment. They're all over the paddock. Look at that. They're all, it's like if you're trying to bring them in for milking time, it would be a hell of a task. But
and you know, that's such messy water back there. It's so
really
uncomfortable.
is.
They're trying to stay in their boats and try and steer and try and find a wash to try and reserve some energy on. But, you know, these C1 boats in that messy, choppy water behind it, it's a really uncomfortable area to be in.
So, the Iranian out there, he's looking at a potential medal, and wouldn't it be a fantastic result? We have the athlete from Iran, we have the athlete from Ukraine. They have the race out in front at the moment, but there is a chase group which is looking pretty determined, and it's a Spaniard and a Hungarian, so you can imagine that they will not go away easily. The race really opened up on that first bend. We haven't seen a replay of it yet, but it was such a mess. And there were some real problems there for the athlete from Uzbekistan and the athlete from Romania. Haven't seen yet whether they've been disqualified, but I think that definitely the Romanian's got some problems. So coming down here to the end of the first long lap, and it is the athlete from Ukraine, Chetvertak, who will take us into the second bend. Right there with him, though, is the athlete from Iran, Mohammad Razai. He's had a busy week. He's been thereabouts all week, just out of the medal, so he'd be pretty keen to finish with a medal here. Would be a great result for him. And there's your chase pack. The Spaniard Dominguez and the Hungarian Kolar.
And at this point in time, the Spanish and the Hungarian, they could work together to chase down the first and second position, or they might start playing cat and mouse, fighting for that bronze medal. Maybe they know that they're not going to catch up, so although they look like they're going to catch that Iranian.
So just trying to work out now whether the Ukrainian has put in a bit of a burst here, or whether the Iranian is feeling the pinch a little bit after the first lap. It would be an interesting tactic if the Ukrainian has decided to try and blast away to the lead. Jenny, maybe he's a bit worried about this chase pack.
Yeah, and you see the Iranian is doing a very good job there, surfing the wave up out wide from his boat, and I think he will catch up. And you know, he really wants to get up on that side wash because it's going to help him stay away from the Hungarian and Spanish catching him.
Yes, the way this week has been going, the last thing you want is a Hungarian and a Spaniard on your tail, because they've had such a great week. So there is your chase pack, and they are after, at this stage, the Iranian is the athlete in their closest sights, and out a little bit further it's the athlete from Ukraine, Chetvertak, who is leading the race. Looking across now, and it is the Iranian has caught up. He's caught up again to the Ukraine athlete, so if there was a tactic there to try and blow the race wide open, it hasn't worked because the Iranian is not going away. He's there now, back up again with the athlete from Ukraine. They've got a little bit of a gap there to third and fourth. And that, I imagine, Jenny, and oh, what's happened there? Now we've got, oh my goodness me.
He just got around it. And you know, there's no need for that.
Silly
Like,
boys.
There's two of them away. They should be trying to keep as clean a race as possible.
Well, I don't think he was squeezed for, I mean, he had the lead, so he wasn't squeezed for space.
I think the Iranian kind of came around and tried to drop around the far side. I don't think it was on purpose. I think he was just trying to get on the outside of the bend and just literally clipped his nose off the back of his boat. You have to really try and judge the distance correctly in terms of timing it right if you want to drop around and onto the outside. So now the Iranian looks like he's going to be breaking away on his own. The Ukrainian looks like he can't.
Well, the Ukrainian, oh yeah, did you see anything there?
Yeah, the Iranian hit the back of his boat, causing him to spin in.
Now, is he in trouble for that, or is it okay?
I'm not sure how the judges will rule it. It's very hard to know if it was accidental or on purpose. I think it was probably accidental.
And now look here, we've got the Ukrainian and the Hungarian having a tete-a-tete in the middle of the course. This race has got everything, Jenny. It's really
has.
A bit all over the shop at the moment. There's people crash. It's like a Dodgem cars on water at the moment. It really is a mess. And now, out of all of that, the Spaniard has come through the middle, while the Hungarian and the Ukrainian has stopped. Basically, he's going up and down on the one spot now. I don't know what's happened there. He's lost all will. Maybe he's got a rudder problem. Oh, he wouldn't have. So I don't know what's happened with him there.
He looks like he's hit a little bit of a wall. The Spaniard and the Hungarian are happy for it. They know that they definitely have a medal of some colour. Will they chase down this Iranian and catch him up, or is he going to keep the clear water and stay in the front?
So there is your chase pack, led by a Spaniard with a Hungarian on his outside. Looking back there, the Ukrainian is still going, but he's finding it very tough. Now, is that the Swede back there, or was it the Australian sitting back there? I always get those two.
I don't think they have a Swedish C1 paddler
so
in
it's not
it,
a Swede, so it's the Australian paddler,
yeah,
who's Peter Manning, who's sitting there in 5th spot at the moment. So be very happy with that result if he can hold on to that form. But look at the Iranian now, Jenny. He's really putting in some hard yards here. He wants to put a bit of distance between himself and the rest of the field.
Sure is. I don't think they're going to catch him up. I think the Spaniard and the Hungarian will be fighting between them for the silver and the bronze medal.
So at the moment, it's Iran in the gold medal position, and that would be a fantastic result. Now, what can we see there?
I don't think Iran are on the medal table yet at this competition.
I know they're not. No,
yeah,
they most certainly are not. So there is your race leader. We've still got a long way to go, though. They're
on their second
short lap, yes.
Lap, yeah.
So they'll still have 2 more to go after this. So I know you said that they won't catch him, but it depends how much energy he's expended at the front there. There was a fair bit of argy-bargy going on early on, so that probably took a little bit of a sting out of him. But the Hungarian and the Spaniard, they're paddling together. I think it looks like they're working together to try and bridge the gap, but it's a pretty healthy gap at the moment. And there's the Ukrainian just coming into the picture now. He's still there, but I think he's lost the motivation.
Yeah, like you said, the Spanish and the Hungarian look like they are working together. The Spaniard was leading at the bottom turn there, and now the Hungarian is leading at the top turn. So they're obviously trying to work together and close that gap. It's quite a substantial gap to close at this point in the race. So it might get to the stage that they kind of have to decide, right, we're not closing this down, so I want to be in the best shape possible to fight for that silver medal at the finish line.
So Victor Cruz has confirmed, Jen, on YouTube that the Romanian paddler should have gone back to go around the buoy if he missed it, and we think he did. So, and we think he did miss the buoy, and we certainly don't think he went back and went around it. So that we think would mean he'd be disqualified.
Yeah, I think so. As far as I know, once they go inside the buoy, they will be disqualified.
Or for our North American viewers, the buoy. The buoy, as they call it. Well, the Iranian has really opened up a big gap here now. He is a very determined paddler. There is some questions over whether he might be in a bit of trouble for what happened about a lap or so ago, but that will be up to the judges. I'm sure it wasn't anything too substantial, but I'm not a judge. It would be a big call to decide to disqualify him on what we saw there. These are the second and third paddlers at the moment. From Spain, we have Noel Dominguez, and from Hungary, we have Christoph Koller. They are trying to work together, but they're not making much of a headway on the leader. Maybe they know now that they've just got to fight out for the silver and the bronze, as you said a little while ago, Jen.
Yeah, so it'll be very much a cat and mouse game now between these two paddlers. They probably realise at this stage now that they're not going to catch the Iranian, so they have to be smart in terms of trying to reserve as much energy possible to beat each other in the sprint finish home. The Iranian is looking very strong still. I'd say he's running on adrenaline now, knowing that he's on the third of the short laps, and it's 4 short laps, and if he can keep this going, he will cross the finish line as world champion.
Which would be a fantastic return for Iran. Maybe one of our viewers can tell us, I should know this off the top of my head, but I'm not sure if Iran has ever won a gold medal at a World Under-23 Championships before canoe sprint. But someone will be able to tell us, I'm sure, if it has happened. But at this stage, he is looking really strong and looking at a potential gold medal here, Mohammed Nabi from Iran. How hard is it to be out on your own in a race like this, Jen, trying to keep the pace and not really knowing anything that's happening behind you?
Yeah, you really have to kind of focus on yourself, and, you know, you can't be thinking about what's going on behind you. There's a good saying that there's a reason they're behind you, so just keep focusing on yourself, and you have to keep thinking about your stroke. And, you know, it's good to try and focus on your technique, because it takes away from maybe the pain that you're feeling in your body. Your head is thinking about how you're catching the stroke and not thinking about how everything is paining. So that's one thing. I can see his coach is going along beside him on the bike. He will be giving him some motivation and some tips, and he'll probably be telling him what the gap is from the second group. He's definitely pulled out more now. We can see here.
I think his coach is on a scooter, which is he's getting a bit of a workout there on the calves, which is good to see. Some of these coaches, they need a bit of exercise. But yeah, he's look at that. You can't even see second and third in it. There they are, way back on the other side of the channel.
He takes a little look back there to check. So he's nearly finished his third lap. So he's definitely pulled out more.
Yeah, it's been a very impressive race. In a group of 4 early on, there was problems at the first bend. 2 of them fell away, and then it was a group of 2. He was there with the Ukrainian, and then the Ukrainian got into some trouble at a buoy, and the Iranian then took to the lead and has not looked back. He really is putting in some hard yards. He's coming down the course now towards us, Jen. We can see him, if we look out the window there, coming down towards us, and that is a big gap between him and second and third spot at the moment. And back there, the Ukrainian's still there, I think, in fourth maybe, but those guys, their race is over in terms of trying to challenge for a medal. The interesting contest will be between the Hungarian and the Spaniard, and it looks like their boats have come together again, coming down the straight, so there's a little bit of directional problem there for one of them, but they are, I think, at the moment fighting out for second and third. There's the Australian, Benjamin Manning, putting in a really solid performance, and here goes the bell. That would be music to his ears right now. He'd be thinking, you beauty, I've got 1 lap to go and I'm going to be a world champion.
And I'd say he's thinking, okay, just stay in my boat, don't fall in, don't go inside any buoys.
No showboating.
Oh,
no
just get me across that finish line.
Yep, just do what I have to do, be sensible, and this gold medal is his. These are the 2, though, that are going to have to really put the foot down and work out who wants silver, who wants bronze. I don't think there's anyone else that can challenge these 2 for a minor medal, so they have to get their timing right. They both must be thinking, okay, I need to make a run for it, but when will I do it? Will someone go after this bend? Or will they wait for the last stretch? Do they back themselves in for that last run to the finish line? Pretty safe there. If you look behind, that's the chase group for there. The Ukrainian, I think, still leading the chase group. But there, sneaky look over the shoulder there from Dominguez from Spain, just trying to see where his Hungarian opponent is. And now they try. And there's the coach on the scooter. Good pace there along there. He's looking good. He's
Yeah, nice to see he hasn't opted for one of the electric scooters either.
Yep. Good to see. And yes, this Iranian Mohammed Nabi Reza, he's had a busy week. He's been doing a lot of events. He's been in a couple of A finals, Jen, so he obviously knows how to canoe.
He sure does, and you know, this will be a real boost for their country to have a world champion in Iran in C1 or kayak. I'm sure it's something that they will cherish forever.
I haven't seen, I should go and have a look at the entries for the World Marathon Championships, but I really hope that he's going to pop off to Portugal after this to represent Iran at the World Marathon Championships, because he's in good form and paddling well.
He sure is. Iranians wouldn't tend to attend the marathons most years from my own experience, but maybe he should consider it for the future.
Yep, definitely.
Anyway, no matter what he does, he should enjoy this moment, and yeah, it doesn't happen every day.
And in the race for second, the Spaniard has put on the afterburners and he's dropped the Hungarian at this stage. So the Spaniard in clear silver medal position, and the Hungarian holding on now, trying to hold on for that bronze. He's pretty safe though. There's nobody, as we would say in Australia, no one within cooey of him. So he can just maintain the pace to be guaranteed a medal. But let's look at this Iranian paddler. He's lapped a couple of athletes there, which is always, I'm sure, a good feeling, Jen, when you... Well, no, he's coming up to lap an athlete, which should be a pretty good performance from him in this 5,000-metre race. He's picking up some pace. He's looking strong.
Yeah, and I think behind him, I think the Spanish has dropped the Hungarian, so...
Yep, he has, most definitely. So Spain clearly in second, and the Hungarian now just trying to hang on and get to that finish line, which must look a million miles away at this stage. He'd be feeling the pain of this last stretch. But check out the winner. Check out Mohammed Nabi Reza from Iran. He is going to be your gold medalist, folks. Congratulations to him. Congratulations to Iran. A World Championship gold medal. He's cruising down now towards the finish line. I'm really looking forward to seeing his reaction, because I'm sure this means a lot to him. It means a lot to his country. And what a fantastic moment for him. Crosses the finish line. You can stop now. He's just checking, where do I stop? Where do I stop? Is it? You are a gold medalist, my friend. You are the world champion. Yes.
Oh.
He is pretty happy about it.
And you know, he just obviously wanted confirmation that he definitely finished the course.
He was saying, have I crossed the finish line? Where is the finish line? Do I have to go around again? Dominguez from Spain gets there for the silver. He's pretty happy about that as well. And coming in now for the bronze, Kola from Hungary. He worked really hard to stay with Dominguez for most of the race, but had nothing to give at the end. And Dominguez trying to whip up the crowd, but there is a bronze medal for Hungary. Tough, tough race, the 5,000 meters in a canoe. But just fantastic to see a new country picking up a gold medal here at these World Championships. Gold for Iran, silver for Spain, and a bronze medal for the Hungarian. He still looks like he could do another couple of laps. Oops, a couple of laps, doesn't he, Jen? He looks pretty fresh.
I am sure he'll find some adrenaline now for some celebrating, and rightly so. He should be feeling on top of the world as world champion, obviously. But so yeah, like you said, you know, I think it's so special when you see countries like this.
Now that's the Romanian. That's the Iranian, the Romanian, I think, who we think's been disqualified. Now, Philip Pereira on YouTube, and it's great that we've got people who know a lot about this sport and the rules. He says, looking again at the images, the Iranian athlete is trying to control the boat just before the Ukraine is about to close him for the turn. Thus, it's a natural consequence he's touching the boat of the Ukrainian. So.
Yeah, and I do agree. I think it was just he was trying to drop around to the far side of the boat, so it's very hard to control these boats, like he said on the comments. So he was being quite smart, the Iranian, by trying to drop around to the far side, because like I said, it's clear water and you've less stress about going outside the boys, and yeah.
So we think, and Philippe certainly thinks, that there should be no consequence there for the Iranian, and it would be incredibly cruel now to go up and tell him that, sorry, you don't have the gold medal. But we do think the Romanian did get disqualified because we couldn't see him go back and redo the buoy. But we'll have a look at the official results when they come through. Gold though, and there is the athlete from Chinese Taipei. As I said, we haven't seen a lot of them this week, so great to have them out there in this event. There's a few paddlers still out on the course, closing in now on the finish. Just going to check, Jen. I'm pretty certain that there was no medals earlier on in the week for Iran.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure there wasn't either.
So we add another country to the list of medal winners here. We're heading up towards 30 different countries now picking up medals at the World Championships, which is fantastic.
Sure is. It's great to see that it's spread out among a broad range of countries. Obviously you've got the strongest ones at the top of the medal table, but you know, a gold medal for a country like Iran, it's a phenomenal achievement. You know, they've probably worked for years and years to achieve this, and it's something that will stand to them. It'll hopefully help to inspire the next generation and bring on more paddlers, both canoe and kayak.
Most certainly. So we've got around a 15-minute break now until the K1 women's race. Do we have a medal ceremony before then? We might have a medal ceremony. I'll just check my schedule here. Yes, we do. We have the medal ceremony for the C1 women coming up in just a moment. Of course, Germany taking the gold in that race. And then we will have the K1 women's 5,000 metres coming up at around 1:15, so in around 15 minutes or so from now. So we might take a little break and get a coffee or something a bit stronger, Jen, to get us maybe a Bonox to get us over the line this afternoon.
Definitely a coffee anyway.
Yep, and we'll be back with you in around 10 to 12 minutes from now. So enjoy the medal ceremony. Hang on, before we go, let's just have a look, see if we put any disqualifications. So Iran confirmed gold, Spain silver, Hungary with the bronze, and we'll see now if we keep going down the list. And Chinese Taipei down there in 20th, Tunisia. No disqualification for the Romanians, so maybe they were happy. I mean, look, maybe we didn't see it properly. Maybe he was on the right side, but it looked to me like he was on the wrong side of the buoy. But we can go back and look later, but it probably doesn't matter too much because he's not in the medals and he didn't challenge for a medal and didn't get in anyone's way. That would be problematic if that was the case. So there we go. Have a little break, folks. Get yourself a Bonox. Maybe just do some Google research, find out what Bonox is. Is it the sort of drink you'd want? I'm not sponsored by them. I'm getting no financial incentive to mention it. I don't even know if it still exists as a drink. But have a little break, maybe a little toilet break, and we'll see you back here in around 12 minutes from now.
Tisztelt Hölgyeim és Uraim, az ünnepélyes eredményhirdetést következik a Canoe egyes női U23 2000-es versenyszámban. Ladies and gentlemen, medal awarding ceremony
For women under 23 in C1 5,000 meters. Medal awarding ceremony for women under 23 in C1 5,000 meters. The medals are presented by Mr. Gábor Schmidt, President of the Hungarian Canoe Federation, accompanied by Mr. K. Vesely, Team Leader of Germany. Bronze medalist at the ICF Junior and Under 23 Canoe Sprint World Championships, Yin Wan, representing the People's Republic of China. Silver medalist, Amelia Braun, representing Poland. Gold medalist and world champion, Isabella Tanin, representing Germany. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the national anthem of Germany. Congratulations!
13 óra 15 perckor rajta majd a Kayak 23 5000-es ez a következő versenyszám. Ahogy mondtuk, 23-asokban is ifjúsági korosztályban minden szakában egy 5 kilométeres versenyszámot tudod kell, kevés férfiak és hölgyek oda majd láttuk az U23-as korosztályban következetesen majd a kajakos hölgyek, 15 órakor a kayak férfiak kilométeres versenyszáma és ifjúság 6 kilométeres versenyszámon állnak majd 14 óra 45, 15 óra 30, 16 óra 20 és 15 óra 5 perckor ez a 6 versenyszám van még vissza a 2022. ifjúsági 23-as gyorsos világbajnokság. Final four women under 23 won 5,000 meters. That's our next race. Order 1-1-1. We have 6 more races in the program. P1 women under 25 kilometers. Next race, P1 men under 25 kilometers. Will start at 2 o'clock. We have 4 junior races. P1 women, P1 men, P1 women, P1 men. This will be the same 5 kilometers. Tehát körülbelül 8 perc múlva erre a Kayak női 3 kilométeres versenysám, 22 versenyző szerepel a rajtlistában, 22 versenyzőt látunk majd a rajtvonalon, a hölgyekre is Kayak egyesben egy nagy kör és 4 kis kör vár majd. Eztán következik a befutó célvonalban, csak úgy majd eddigiekben. Az utolsó kiskör előtt fogadást fogja jelezni, az utolsó között, és remélem hasonlóan izgalmas versenyt látnánk majd minden évekre Kenusban. Ezt a futamot majd Faludi András egy aki a Magyar Kajakkör Szövetség versenysportbizottságát vezeti, mellett a Nemzetközi Kajakkör Maraton Bizottságának is tagja, és maga is maraton kajakkörös világbajnok az 5. évben volt Faludi András versenyen. Majd bevezet bennünket a kajakkörös sport csínyába, bínyába, most kajakkörös előbb az ifjúsági kenus urak után, újra kajak. Szia!
Hát, és így vízszintesen, de nem az, amikor egy vízszintesen esik az eső, és mielőtt beadnak.
Egy igen izgalmas futam elég nézünk, hiszen a lányok hátkő valami keveses rajtról állami részéről, akik ebben a számban már ugye megkap felnőttek között is, hogy mire képes, kíváncsian már.
Van, volt is rajta.
És megnyerte Kanadában a felnőtt világbajnokságot ebben a versenyszámban. 2 hete Münchenben megnyerte az Európa-bajnokságot is, és most lássuk, hogy U23-as, tehát a saját korosztályában megnyeri szintén hazai közönség előtt a világbajnokságot. Itt meg lesz az a könnyebbség, ami már megvolt Münchenben is, hogy nem lesz futó szakasz ebben az 5 kilométerben.
Az optika oda elé nem lehet semmi. És hogyha onnan így semmi.
Ugye a felnőtt világbajnokságon az utolsó pillanatokban dőlt el, hogy futószakaszos lesz. Ezt többen dicsérték, többeknek nem tetszett, de szerintem izgalmasabbá tette a versenyt, és egy kicsit a Forma 1-hez kezd hasonlítani a sportágunk, hiszen még nagyobb taktikai harccá válik, hogyha benne marad ez a futó szakasz, hiszen a versenyzőknek kétszer kell futniuk, és ők szabadon döntik majd el, hogy mikor futnak. Ezt ugye most nem így rendezzük meg itt Szegeden. Kíváncsian várom, hogy a jövőben mi lesz ennek a kifutása.
Igen, a sportág mindig próbál megújulni, és nyilván a nézettség, a televíziós közvetíthetőség sokban befolyásolja azt, hogy hogyan alakul egy ilyen 5 kilométeres versenyszám. Az volt talán egy picit nehéz a futószakasszal, és azon kell majd még finomítani, hogy nehezen volt így követhető, hogy valójában ki hányadik helyen áll.
Igen, ezt a futóversenyeknél alkalmazott csipes rendszerrel szerintem könnyebbé lehet tenni, ami ugye számolja a köröket is, illetve a futószakaszokon a versenyző hányszor volt, és ez egy elektronikus kijelzőtáblával nagyon informatívvá tehető, eladhatóvá válható a sportág, hiszen ugyanúgy, mint a Forma 1-ben, amit már említettem, a kerékcserékhez hasonlóan lehet jelölni, hogy ki hányadik futószakaszon volt kint, illetve ha kint volt, vagy volt-e már kint egyáltalán futószakaszon, tehát egy igen erőteljes taktikai harcá fog válni az egész verseny. És ugye ezt befolyásolhatják az időjárási körülmények is, tehát nem lesz egy sablon, mindenki az utolsó 2 futásra megy csak ki, tehát rengeteg befolyásoló tényező lesz.
Ez tehát lehet, hogy a jövő, de most lássuk majd a jelen.
Welcome back to Szeged. It is the final afternoon of what has been a very long week of racing. I must say there are no events that can rival a junior and under 23 canoe sprint world championships just in terms of sheer number of events and just the medals. We had 16 on Friday, 18 yesterday and another 18 today. It's a long list of medals, and I'm happy to say that Jen and I have been here for all of them so far. We've loved being with you, Jenny Egan, and myself, Ross Solly, and we hope you've enjoyed the coverage at home. We've certainly seen some great racing, and now we're getting into the race that is very close to Jenny Egan's heart. It is the women's K1 5,000 metres under 23, and a few athletes here that Jenny has been out racing against over the years and has probably got some pretty good insights into some of them, and there's one of them on the screen now, Jen.
Yes, Messe Kohalmi. So the first time I saw her was last year, 2021 in Copenhagen at the World Championships, and she won the gold medal and I won the silver medal. So, and then this year she won gold in Halifax when I won the bronze. So we've had some great races over the last 2 years. She's very young, she's only 20, but she's a serious competitor, and I would put if I was a betting woman, I would put a lot of money on her to win today unless something very unusual happens out of the ordinary. We've got some other great strong competitors also. Melina Andersson from Sweden, she won a silver medal this year in Poznan in the World Cup. It was her first senior medal from what she told me there. Also, Mariana Petrusova from Slovakia, she has senior World Cup medals, and she also has a European Games bronze medal from Minsk also. So there's also, you can't outrule the South African paddler. You know, they grow up with tactics. It's this type of racing is in their blood, let's say. So, and Spanish as well could be a very strong contender along with the German. So I think we're in for some really exciting racing, and they're just lining up now on the starting pontoon.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a really interesting race. Everybody will be watching the Hungarian. Of course, she is already a gold medalist here at this event. She won the 1,000 metre gold, and the 5,000 really is an event that she has shown her strength in for some time. Even though she's only 20, she's made her mark on the world stage. But looking across here, great to see a race with so many competitors in it. 22 starters in this field, including Australia, New Zealand, Great Britain has an athlete in here, Anushka Freeman, racing. No Irish paddler, I don't think, Jenny, which is
no, not in this,
disappointing.
But we have a girl in the juniors later, so she will be looking to have a great race, Avon Driscoll.
And off they go, and it looks like Gemma Smith, the Australian, is flown out now, wanting to take a prominent position early. And it looks like also the Spaniard is also coming across to try and take up a good place early on. It is a long first stretch down to the first turn, so they have plenty of time to get themselves comfortable and into a good spot. As we head down now, it looks like we're going on both sides of the TV tower there by the look of things, so that's fine. No problems there, as long as when you get down to the far end, you go around on the right side of the boys. But they are spread out a lot at the moment. A bit of congestion on the far side of the course there at the moment. A couple of athletes being shuffled back through the field. And it looks like it is the Hungarian Kohalmi leading the pack on this side of the course. And when they all come together, I think that she's going to be in the lead already, which is a bit of a worry for the rest of the field. That
Yeah, as you can see, she's making her way over slowly to the right-hand side of the course. You've got Melina Anderson on the very right there in lane 1. She'll be looking to try and join up now with Kohalmi and get up onto the front wash of her. As you can see, Kohalmi is extremely strong. She's pulling away. And she did this also at the World Championships this year and also at the European Championships. So she likes to get out in front from the start and get clear water. And it works for her always. Naturally, if you avoid all the maybe argy-bargy around you, you're going to be in a good position at the front of the race. And see Melina Anderson, she really needs to try and make a move now to get up on that side wash of Kohalmi.
Interesting, the Germans in there. Estella Dam just sitting on Kohalmi's tail there, not wanting to let her get out of her sight early on.
And you've got the Czech girl, Paladova. So she's in an ideal position there. And Marina Petrosova, now she could just drop back and get into that V wash. And now she needs to do 10 hard strokes and get up into that V. And her life will be so much more comfortable and relaxed.
So there is an opening there for her if she can get up there. She needs to...
10 hard strokes.
Yeah, no, I don't think they're coming. I don't think she's got them. So as they come together now, the two groups, and it will be the world champion who will take the lead, you would think, when they come together. She's looking really strong already. You can see there's a narrowing gap between the two groups, so they'll come together in a moment, and there'll probably be a little bit of heartbreak for the group on the outside when they realise how far in front the Hungarian is. So they'll start picking up the pace now when they realise that Kohalmi has gone out hard. And the German and the Czech, though, they're sticking with her. They are not going to let her get away. Probably a fair bet, Jenny. You know that if you can stick with Kohalmi, then you're going to have a chance at a medal.
Most definitely. If I was those girls, I'd be just thinking, stay on this wash, stay on this wash. Because they have clear water of any other competitors now. So if they can stay up there on her side washes, there'd be 3 of them away, and they will definitely have a medal in their hands at the finish line once that nothing else happens to them throughout the race. It's definitely the train to be on, is the Kohalmi wash.
Good group though, chasing up though, and you can see Melina Anderson now realising that she's got to try and get across to join that group. The Australian is there as well, Gemma Smith. So, and I didn't quite catch who the third athlete was in that group, but Anderson and Smith, they need to work together to make sure that they don't lose touch, that they can stay within spitting distance. And there you can see the gap there. Anderson, Smith, and it looks like the Spaniard, is it, that the third, and just behind them, possibly the Slovakian.
Yeah, and Melina, I think she's going to get up into this V wash. She needs to do it now within the next few strokes.
Problems there for Gemma Smith. She's found herself on the wrong side of the buoy. Oh, that is heartbreak now. She's got to now work really, really hard to get back up there. Oh, she worked so hard to try and get herself into a position at the end of the first straight, and then got herself on the wrong side of the buoy and had to stop. Now she's got her work cut out to try and stay in touch. But looking now on the first bend, Jen, who did it the best?
Yeah, well, obviously the front 3 were in a really good position. They're going around that top turn. It looks like the German is just dropping off that front group, though. So it looks like the Hungarian and Czech paddler, Paladova, is going to break away. And then there might be a group forming for that bronze medal of the German, Spaniard and Swedish.
So there are your lead 2 at the moment. Kohalmi looking as Kohalmi does. Nice and relaxed. The Czech paddler Paladova just on her outside, just staying with her now. And then behind you can see there's a group of 3, and that includes the German, the Swede, and I think the Spaniard are in that group of 3. Chasing down now. They do not want to be stuck in a group of 3 fighting for a bronze medal. That would not be a situation you want to find yourself in late in the race. And there is a big group behind, trying to sort themselves out and work out some sort of a strategy to stay in touch.
Yeah, it's very messy water there where they are. It's very hard to even sit on a wash properly to reserve energy. Oh, and the Czech girl is coming up to lead.
You sort of saw Kohalmi look over her shoulder as if to say, why don't you have a go at leading for a little bit? Yep. And the Czech happily obliges. Doesn't hurt to be on the right side of the world champion. Do the right thing by her.
For sure. You want to keep her in the good books.
because at any moment she could blow her out of the water. So happy to oblige and go and take some of the front running for a little bit. There you can see Kolhami, the Hungarian, just on a Sunday stroll, really, at the moment. And behind, a bit of jostling going on there, but you can see Melina Anderson there in the yellow singlet. On her outside is the Spaniard Pardo. And they, at the moment, looking in clear third and fourth. I don't know where the German's got. Maybe she's dropped off.
She just dropped off, I think,
Yep.
Ross there, yeah. The pace was obviously very high for her in the first half of the race. But this is, you can see maybe that Melina from Sweden and the Spaniard is going to close a little bit of the gap now as the Czech paddler is leading. But Kolhami might take a look over her shoulder and see that they're closing in and take up the lead again to push on through, because she probably doesn't want a bigger group forming at this stage.
And the Czech certainly does not want more people joining her in the front group, because if she can sit out comfortably in front with Kolhami, then it's a nice place to be coming into the final lap. But we've got a long way to go. We've not even finished the first full lap yet. And it's the Czech paddler who's got the lead at the moment. That's Paladova, Aneska Paladova, with the Hungarian Kolhami sitting in outright second. And then a gap back to Melina Anderson from Sweden, and the Spaniard Barbara Pardo in third and fourth at the moment. Gemma Smith from Australia leading up the chase group at the moment, and we can see there the German paddler has fallen back to that group, Estella Dam, so her race may well be over already. Not even at the finish of the first lap. She worked really hard to stay in touch with Kolhami, but you do that at your peril, I think.
Yeah, Kolhami just looks so relaxed there now. I'm sure Paladova will be hoping she goes up and does some work now again to keep the distance from the third and fourth position girls in the race. And here she goes.
Yep.
She can smell them catching up to her, so she is deciding it's time to put down the power and go again. And I'm sure the Czech paddler is extremely happy by that. She just needs to hold on to that wash. It's like the best place to be in this race at the moment.
So Kolhami back in front. Paladova sitting on her outside in second. A gap there, certainly definitely not an insurmountable gap to Melina Anderson from Sweden, and the Spaniard Barbara Pardo. They are sitting in third and fourth. Then considerable gap then to a chase group, 4 strong at the moment in that group. I don't know if there's anyone in there, Jen, that looks like they could try and bridge the gap there. At the moment they're just jostling around trying to work out their natural order.
Yeah, I think it's going to be very hard to close the gap down to Sweden and Spain. They would really have to work together as a group to do it. As you can see, Kolhami is just pushing on through, and the Czech girl is reserving energy on that side wash of about 10 to 15%. But to be honest, I think she's probably just hoping she can hang on to that wash and just stay away from the third and fourth positions.
So a good look there of the space between the groups. A group of 2 in front, then another group of 2 chasing, and then a group of around 4 trying to work out how to bridge the gap and maybe be in the hunt for a bronze medal at the very least. But these are your front 2. And I wonder if you're in the second group, Jen, whether you'd be thinking, okay, we're not going to back the Czech to be able to last there for the entire race, and so maybe we can pick up some low-hanging fruit later on in the race, but it's a big risk to take.
Yeah, to be honest now, Ross, I think the Czech girl will stick it out on that wash. She's a great paddler, great 1,000-meter paddler. She won a medal here in the 1,000 meters this championship, so I think she definitely has the fitness to be able to hang in on that wash. The Swedish and Spaniard, I think it's going to be...
Yep. Kolhami now says go around, your turn.
Okay, so this could be this... It's at this stage now, the Spanish and the Swedish might have a chance to close the gap down.
She's got lots to say, Kolhami, isn't she? She's having a good old chat out there. Oh, and that is the German, I think, is it? I think
Yes.
the German paddler has gone in. She really had struggled a little bit after that first lap, but she has gone in the water.
From what I can see, looking out into the course, I think the Swedish and Spaniard is now beginning to close the gap down as the Czech leads. I wonder will Kolhami have a quick look around again and decide, no, I need to pick it up. I don't want them catching us up.
Do you know, I think, Jen, she's so relaxed at the moment, Kohami, and so confident in her own abilities.
Yeah, for
I
sure.
don't think she's even too worried if someone latches onto them, because...
She seems to be looking around, though, quite a lot, Ross, as well.
So, oh, any reason why she fell in there?
I think she hit one of those big boys on her right there.
So disappointing end to the race there for the German Estella Dam. Her race is done. And looking down now, the athletes are going past us, so it is Kohami going back into the lead now, ready to pick up the pace. As you said, Jen, the chase group just closing down a little bit there, so maybe she wants just to remind them who the boss is. So she goes back to the front, and Paladova slips back into the wash there in the second spot, and then a nice little gap there back to the Spaniard and the Swede, who are fighting it out this stage, trying to work out a way to make up some ground. They're your friends, Jen.
They are. They've been flat out all weekend here. Their training during the winter time on the drums has paid off. But I think at this stage of the race now, I think that the Swedish and Spaniard are in a position now that they should start maybe thinking about who's going to win in the sprint finish to claim that bronze. They shouldn't be I don't think they're going to close the gap, and you know, they might waste too much energy then. If Melina seems to be doing a lot of work, the Swedish paddler here, so she needs to maybe think, okay, I'm not going to close the gap to the gold and silver positions, so the race really for me is trying to win that bronze medal.
And Kohami still doing what Kohami does, just looking nice and comfortable at the front of the course. Perfect race conditions, Jen. It looks like the wind has dropped down a lot, so perfect conditions for a 5,000 metre race, isn't it?
Yeah, for sure. It's great conditions here today. It's warm but not too hot. There was a little bit more of a wind there earlier, but I think there's a slight breeze still, which will help the competitors to keep their body temperatures a little bit lower. No waves, nothing out of the ordinary. So yeah, very, very nice conditions for racing here today.
So we're heading towards the top of this is the second short lap.
Second short lap, yes.
You can see why I've got Jenny Egan in here. She's very good at counting laps. She's done these so many times. She knows exactly when you look. She just needs to look at the clock, and she knows where they should be at this stage of the race. And at the moment, it's still, they both look over their shoulder now, Kohami and Paladova, just to make sure that nobody is trying to sneak up on them and catch them unawares, but pretty safe at this stage out there in front.
She's letting her go up and lead again.
Yep. It just has a little chat with her again. How are you feeling? I'm not going to tell you.
And this is the chance now
well,
for
in
Sweden
fact, look at
and
this
Spain
now.
catch up.
Look at this now, Jenny. I think you're right. I think that the Swede has decided now is the time to make the move. How will Kohami react? Because you can see Melina Andersson is charging.
She is doing
and Kohami says, no way. I'm not letting you. I'm not letting you come up near me. So bye-bye, everybody. And off she goes. So that's...
Melina needs to get around into that half V-wash there. I think it's a little bit of a better position if she can do it.
And what has also happened now is that the Spaniard has been dropped off. So you have now 3 paddlers out there by themselves, potential medalists. You can see there's the paddler Pardo from Spain. She's lost touch now. She's falling back quickly. And in fact, the Australian Gemma Smith is coming up to go past her. So very interesting situation here with the front 3 now, with Anderson making that move. Kohami saw her coming and thought, well, I'm not going to sit there and let this happen.
Yeah, Melina now, she might go up and try and challenge the Czech girl for the front side wash to take the right side of Kohami. The Czech girl looks a little bit tired at this stage of the race, and Melina actually looks very fresh considering the amount of work she does. And there she is. She's up onto that front side wash of the leader. The most perfect position to be in. And actually, Kohami's looking a little bit tired.
Ooh.
She's done a lot of racing over the last few days, as has Melina and Paladova. So I think at this stage now, Paladova is thinking about just try and hang on to that medal as they go on to the 3rd short lap of this race.
And there's the Australian Gemma Smith. She'll be going to Portugal after this to do the ocean racing, I think. I think just the ocean racing. I'm not sure if she's doing the marathon as well. But so you're thinking Kohlhamie looks tired? Jen?
She looks a little bit more fatigued today now than she normally would. Like when she was in that position, when she saw the others catching, she would normally keep up the work to try and stay ahead. But it looked like that she needed the Czech girl to do some work, and Melina saw the opportunity, and fair play to her. She closed down that gap.
So we have now a race in 3. And what is the mindset, you wonder, of Paladova and Anderson? Are they thinking, well, we could grab a gold here, or are they watching each other and thinking we're fighting it out for silver?
I would think that Paladova is hanging on to the wash for a medal of any colour at the moment, but I think Melina looks like that she could maybe try and challenge Kohlhamie in the sprint finish.
We've got a bit to go yet, though, of course, so things can happen. But again, Kohlhamie looking over her shoulder there, maybe just wanting to check that it's just a group of 3 and there's no need to panic about extra people getting in and getting in the way and boats being clipped and things happening that you don't want to happen.
And you know, Melina, she won the Marathon European Championships in K2 this year in July. So she's very tactically aware, she's great endurance, and she's also a great sprinter. She's a silver medalist from the K1 500 meters in Belgrade at the European Championships this year. So she's a very good turn of speed when she needs to.
Now the Spaniard is desperately trying to catch up as well to get back onto that group, but with Kohlhamie in front, unless she decides now to let someone else have a crack at the lead, and I don't think she will. I think that time is over. Well, having said that now, it looks like Melina is coming up on the outside. Will Kohlhamie let her go past, or is she happy just to sit there?
I think at this stage now, Melina is probably kind of trying to reserve a bit of energy as she's worked so hard to get back into that, or to get into that lead group, I should say. So Kohlhamie looks like that she's just trying to relax herself, and she's able to do that leading the group. So, you know, I think if Melina's going to do it, I think she's going to do it probably in the final 200 meters. She'll try and come by her, but Kohlhamie, being in she's going to try and dominate this race now from the front. She's going to really try and pull it home in the lead. But as you can see, the Spaniard is coming out wide, trying to surf those waves up, trying to get up to that lead group. And you know, the pace has dropped quite a lot in the front group, so she may be able to do it.
Yeah, nobody wants to finish 4th, do they, Jen? It's
a hard position.
It's a horrible position to finish. Of course, 4th is better than 24th, but still, it's so heartbreakingly close to a medal.
It is.
So maybe she can, she's got a bit of work to do still, but she's closing the gap as we get the bell. We get the bell, so now we'll see some tactics come into play. Will Kohlhamie hold her fire until she gets into that final straight? I suppose it will depend on what happens around her, but at the moment she takes the lead into the final bend. The Spaniard works so hard, but I think that's as good as she's going to get. And now she can only hope that somebody dies in the final, and I don't mean that figuratively, of course, that somebody drops off in this final lap and gives her an opportunity to snatch a medal. But it is these front 3 paddlers who are really now going to work out between them how to get from there to the finish line in one piece, and who will take the gold medal at the end. Kohlhamie's still in front. Paladova kicks again, moving into 2nd, and on their outside, Melina Anderson. You know all 3 of these paddlers, Jen.
I sure do, and they're 3 very well-established paddlers. Kohlhamie is leading now, and she's not going to give up that lead. This is hers, that's it. She's decided, I'm in front, and that's the way it's going to be until that finish line. I'm not going to let anyone try and come by me. I think if Melina from Sweden is going to do it, I think she's going to try and attack in the final 200 meters.
Who's the faster of the sprinters, do you think?
Kohlhamie, I would think also, but between Melina and Paladova, I think Melina Anderson would be the faster of the 2 of them. But Kohlhamie is going to try and defend her leading position here now, all the way to that finish line.
So Paladova just sneaking up on the inside there, making sure that the girls on the outside can't get a jump on her as we head up towards the... They'll head into the final bend in just a moment, and then the finish line will be within their sights. Kohlhamie now just putting in some yards here just to give herself a bit of breathing space as she goes into the bend. She does not want to have any problems going around this final bend, because things can happen when people make a move suddenly, And, oh, as you can see there, Paladova got herself into trouble. And, oh, that could be crucial. That could be the race gone for her. Just got a bit of a bad line there, did she, Jen, by the look of things?
Yeah, it looks like she hit the wash a little bit, which threw off her steering slightly. But she just needs to hang on to this group now. So there's no... That's it. She needs to pull up and get onto that side wave. Otherwise, she'll be sitting in the half V. And here she goes. She's getting up onto that side wash.
And she puts in some yards now. She's going to make an early look for it. No, she just calms down again. So
I think she's just trying to hold on to that side wash.
So here we go. Kohami in front. Anderson on the outside. When will she go? When will she make her challenge? Kohami just biding her time. Just waiting, waiting, waiting. Not wanting to expand any energy that she doesn't have to. At this stage, they're all calm. There's about 300 metres to go to the finish line. Kohami, Anderson, Paladova. Who will go first? Who will make the move? What can you see, Jen? The body language.
I think is going to have to make a move now soon, but Kohami has another gear and she's going to pull it home all the way to the finish line. The Czech girl has dropped off, but she needs to keep going to secure that bronze medal.
So here we go. It's a race in two. Kohami, though, she had a bit left in the tank. She goes, right, this is it. This is my gold medal. This is my world title. Milena Anderson fighting hard. But it's a gold medal to the world champion, the European champion. She is an outstanding paddler, Miss Kohami. Her second gold medal of the games, of the World Championship, sorry. Was there ever any doubt? Well, it was a brave race from Milena Anderson to take the silver, and Aniska Paladova crossing now for the bronze. She'd be pretty happy with that result.
Yeah, that was a great race. Great race by Milena Anderson to close in that front group after not being up there from the start line. You can see she was delighted with her silver medal when she crossed that finish. And, you know, it's her last year under 23, so it's really nice for her to finish with a World Championship medal from her final under 23 competition at sprint. I know she's going to go and race the Marathon World Championships in a few weeks.
Where she'll be taking on the great Jenny Egan.
Not at the under 23s anyway, Ross.
No, sorry. No. I meant when she goes into the seniors, she'll be taking you on again, of course.
Yeah, she will, most definitely. Next year, she'll be racing senior long course, I think. I think this year she said she'll concentrate on the under 23 K1 and then the K2 senior. So, you know, she's a very talented, strong paddler, both sprint, 5,000 meters, 500 meters, 1,000 meters, and then the marathon distances.
So a great race there. No surprises really in the end for the gold medalist, Ms. Kohami. She is an incredibly talented paddler, and I think that is gold medal number 20 now for Hungary. Closing on my pre-championship prediction of 23. Feeling pretty confident about that right now. But a great race there for Ms. Kohami. Silver to Milena Anderson from Sweden, and Aniska Paladova taking the bronze medal. Great race for her, for the Czech Republic. Of the rest, I think the Spaniard held on for fourth. I think fifth was, there was a bit of a race going on there with between, I know there was the Australian, and I'm not sure who else was with her in the race for fifth, but they all look pretty happy with the way it turned out, Jen.
Yeah, for sure. You know, I've raced all three of them before, and in Poznan this year, I was in a sprint finish with Milena, and you know, she's really increased the pace this year, and I think she's also has a new coach that she's very happy with, and herself and her boyfriend Martin Natal are both working under him.
So there is Ms. Kohami. She's one of the nicest people in world canoeing as well. Just always happy, always happy to give up her time to talk to people about how her paddling's going and life in general. So great to see nice people winning medals.
Yeah, and what a season she's had.
Incredible.
World champion at senior level, and now world champion under 23 level.
I don't know how they have enough breath to be able to do an interview afterwards, but
volt fejtegetve a taktika, hogy most följönnek, nem jönnek, mennyire kellett nekünk izgulni itt kinn a parton, amiatt, hogy följött közben a...
So we've got a medal ceremony coming up now. I think we've got the medal ceremony for the men's C1 under 23. It'll be a proud moment for Iran with that medal ceremony. My research has told me that they won 2 bronze medals back in 2017, but this is their first gold medal. So a very proud moment for the Iranians. And then we are due to get underway with what should be one of the races of the World Championships. I know that you're very excited about it, Jenny, the men's K1 5,000 metres. That's due to get underway in around 20 minutes from now. So we'll take a break. And we'll be back just before the start of the K1 men's 5,000 metres. You will not want to miss this race. It is going to be a real...
It's going to be a hot one, Ross. There's so many competitors in this that could be in that top 3.
So make sure you join us. Just repeating the news that unfortunately, because of scheduling dramas, we will not be able to bring you the live stream of the junior 5,000 metres this afternoon. We're very disappointed about it, but it is unfortunately outside of Jen and my control. It is a scheduling problem for the TV network that is showing you this World Championship. So unfortunately we will not be able to bring you those races, but we are going to finish on a high. It's going to be an incredible race, the men's 5,000 metres under 23. 35 athletes in that field, which will be worth watching. So we'll join you again in around 15 minutes or so from now.
And of course, how was the race for you? You were in a salt source for a long time, and in the end, you get tired a little bit.
All the time, actually. The race is really challenging. A race for days, and a race actually every international race like all World Cup or European Cup and all World Cup. So I was like pretty tired. Actually, it was my third 5K in my life. So I kind of didn't know how to go. I was like, okay, try. I was sitting on the wash option, and I was like, just keep it in wash option. Continue sailing. I'm like, okay, I'm not gonna do it. Just go. And well, in the end, I had to have fun to continue the finish race with the rock. So congrats to them a lot. They did a great job. I'm so happy I survived.
You can be happy because you got the bronze medal. Aneska Pavlova. Tehát ez volt, akkor kérem leszel. Nagyon-nagyon nagy a fogósaink vannak. Fontosan folytatjuk egy eredménykérdéssel. Pedig jobb
méteres versenyszámban. Ladies and gentlemen, medal awarding ceremony for men under 23 in C1 5,000 meters. Éremátadó ünnepség a Canoe 1-es férfi U23 5000 méteres versenyszámban. Az érmeket Luciano Bonfiglio úr, a Nemzetközi Kayak Canoe Szövetség kincstárnoka adja át, kíséri az iráni csapat képviseletében Mohammadian. Ladies and gentlemen, medal awarding ceremony for men under 23 in C1 5,000 meters. The medals are presented by Mr. Luciano Bonfiglio, treasurer of the International Canoe Federation, accompanied, representing the Iranian team, Mr. Mohammadian. 2022-ben az ICF ifjúsági és U23 gyorsasági kajakkenu világbajnokság bronzérmese, bronze medalist at the ICF Junior and Under 23 Canoe Sprint World Championships, Kollár Kristóf, Magyarország, Hungary. Ezüstérmes, silver medalist Noel Dominguez, representing Spain, Spanyolország. Aranyérmes, világbajnok, gold medalist and world champion Mohammad Nabi Rezai, representing the Islamic Republic of Iran. Iran. Tisztelt Hölgyeim és Uraim, kérem álljanak fel Irán himnusza tiszteletére. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the national anthem of the Islamic Republic of Iran. Hölgyeim és Uraim, a 2022. évi világbajnokság érmesei. Gratulálunk! Ladies and gentlemen, the medalists of the World Championships. Congratulations! ...14 órakor rajtol majd a következő versenyszám, a Kayak 1-es férfi U23 5000 méteres versenyszám, és nem kevesebb, mint 35 név szerepel a rajtlistán. Reméljük mindannyian rajthoz is állnak. Ez lesz a legnépesebb 5000 méteres futam a világbajnokságon. Tehát 14 órakor K1 férfi U23 5 kilométer. The next race is the final for men under 23 in K1 5000 meters. It starts at 2 o'clock and we have 35 names in our start list.
És nagyon nagy hosszú távú versenyző nevekkel, ugye többek között a magyar Őri Erős Zsomborral, aki világbajnok volt ugye maratontávon is, de itt akivel nagyon kell számolni, többek között a dél-afrikai Hamish Lovemore és a dán versenyző Torbjörn Rask is, akik hosszú táv specialistáknak számítanak.
Nagyon izgatottan várjuk tehát majd a Kayak 1-es férfi U23 5000 méteres versenyszámot. 2 órakor 8 perc múlva rajtol el körülbelül ez a futam.
So here we go, folks. It's possibly one of the races potentially of the final day of competition here at the 2022 ICF Junior and Under-23 Canoe Sprint World Championships, coming to you from Szeged in Hungary. It's getting a little bit overcast here. You can see there on the screen the clouds have been rolling in. No talk of any rain though. I don't think we're going to get wet. It's probably taken a little bit of a sting out of the heat, but this is a big race coming up. My name is Ross Solly. With me in commentary is Jennifer Egan, very familiar with the 5,000 metre race. And Jen, this is going to be a great race.
This is going to be so exciting, Ross. There's so many competitors in this race that have a chance of being in that top five. Yeah, fighting for the medals into the top 3 positions. So we've some big names in this. We've Hamish Lovemore from South Africa. His coaches Lee and Hank McGregor will be watching on today and pushing him on from South Africa. You know, in South Africa they grow up learning so many tactics from a very young age. We've got Torben Rask from Denmark, multiple World and European Championship medalist at marathon. He's also European Under-23 champion from last year, K1000 metres and 500 metres. And this year, he won one of the Senior Canoe Sprint World Cups, out-sprinting Pimenta in the K1 5000 metres earlier in the year in Rachis, Czech Republic. Beside him, Ronan Foley, he had a great marathon European Championships this year. He placed 4th in the short course and also 4th.
And he's Irish.
And he's Irish, always a good thing. And he placed 4th in the Under-23 long course of the Marathon European Championships. He loves 5K racing, he loves the tactics involved, and he's going to be another strong competitor in this field. Charlie Smith in lane 32, another very well-established marathon paddler. He won a medal in the Under-23 Marathon European Championships this summer. So there's some really strong names in this lineup, and it's going to be one hell of a race.
And you can always guarantee in a field of 35 there'll be 1 or 2 smokies who just come from the clouds that nobody's been predicting and nobody expected to be up there, and they will be there at some stage during the race, just causing a little bit of mayhem. But look at this, 35 athletes spread across the course here. They will be going hammer and tong in just a moment, and well, I can predict a little bit of carnage probably. The question is, for the good athletes, how do you stay out of that trouble? Because you do not want to have your race run and won before you even get to the first buoy. But we'll get ready now, folks. We're going to see a pretty exciting start, I think.
Yeah, this is a very nerve-wracking part of the race here. You're sitting, you're just waiting and waiting for the
races
start
can be lost here, can't they, at the start?
Yeah, for sure. And you know, your heart is beating fast and you're just waiting for that gun to go. And they're off.
Look at the splash as they all head out there. A lot of speed on here. People do not want to be left behind early. You do not want to be at the back of a 35-strong field trying to get around through wash and around buoys. You need to be up near the front. You can see some pretty determined paddlers there. Jen, who are you spotting?
Yeah, look at Hamish Lovemore leading it out. You've got Torben Rask also making his way over to Hamish's side wash.
We haven't even mentioned the Hungarian, of course, so we'd expect them to be up there giving a good shake at some stage, because the Hungarians, well, they love their distance paddling, so you can expect they will be in. Oh man, and that's what we were talking about already. The paddler from Finland did not even get to the first buoy. Unfortunately for him, trouble early on, so we're down to 34.
Yeah, and the Czech paddler is pulling out in front. They're going to form one big group now. You got the Portuguese over in the far side. That's actually Pimenta's K2 partner from the K2000 meters at senior level. And Hamish is making a move. He wants to defend and get up into that front.
There he is, yes, that is Duarte, the Portuguese K2 partner of Fernando Pimenta. He's up there now. Looks like he's actually going to try and challenge for the lead. Little bit of a problem there amongst the first group.
Yeah, you've got Torben Rask on the left side wash and Hamish Lovemore on the right side wash of the leader from Portugal.
Yeah.
And you've got Charlie Smith making a move. You've got Ronan Foley on Charlie Smith's wash. He just needs to get up on that wash and stay out of any problems.
Well, a couple of the favourites, Jen, as you forecast, are up there early. They've managed to get through all the trouble. There's no problems for them, and so they've managed to get themselves into a reasonable position. Oh, what's going on here? What is happening here?
The Chinese is...
The Chinese and the, looks like the...
Lithuanian
having a bit of a...
Argy-bargy.
One of them was going the wrong way, and it looked like they were not exchanging addresses. I think they may have been...
I think there's no friendship lost
No,
there anyway.
no, not very pleasant.
Okay, a nice front group is formed here. Charlie Smith on the left of the front wash.
Big group,
Hamish
isn't it?
Livermore, you got Ronan Foley, you got Sweden. It's a big group.
The Czech popping back through the field now. He was up there early in the early group, but he's just sliding back through the field now. But that is a big first group as we head down the straight for the first time.
Yeah, and you know, this first turn at the 750 mark, it's important to try and ride up high on the front washes because you avoid any of the collisions at the back of the group. You can see Torben Rask very relaxed there in the V wash. You've got great South African support running along beside Hamish Livermore. And you know what? I'll never forget the atmosphere in 2017 in Peter
Wasn't it
Marisburg.
amazing? It was such a great event.
Unbelievable. People dancing, singing, cheering. You know, distance racing in South Africa is it's one of their biggest things in canoe and in kayaking. They've got such great marathon races, and look at Hamish Livermore going up.
He's inspired by... Oh, he went and then he stopped.
Decided to relax back down again. He needs to defend his wash now from the Italian on his outside, though, going around up to this bend. Torben is in the best seat of the house there at the moment. He's reserving about 25% energy on that V-wash.
What a fantastic jostle it's been at the start, and it is the Portuguese out in front. We're used to that this year. Normally, though, it's Fernando Pimenta, but we have a different Portuguese paddler out in front. He's obviously, I'm sure that he would have had a good long chat to Pimenta before this weekend to get his thoughts on the best way to do this race, and he's ripped a page straight from the Pimenta copybook here. Go to the front, don't let anyone go past you.
Yeah, for sure. He's got someone very good to learn from, and as you can see, the speed of the front group has just slowed down. He's like, time for someone else to take up the lead.
There goes the South African charging around the outside now. And, big group at the front, then a really big group there, about 30 metres behind, being led by the Czech. Oh, and there's somebody's gone on the wrong side there. The American, well and truly on the wrong side of the buoy there. He backs up and gets himself back around, because you have to go around that buoy.
Yeah, I think that's one of the guys from the K2 500 meter bronze medal this weekend.
And there at the back of the field, you can see the Chinese athlete who was involved in that little stoush earlier on with the Lithuanian. So he's now at the back of the field. But at the front of the field, I think it's the South African at the moment, Jen, who's got himself into the prime spot. Looking nice and strong.
Yeah, and
Hamish Livermore.
And we got Ronan Foley going up, trying to take the lead now and get himself in a good position. Charlie Smith just playing around in the back of those washes, trying to find wherever is most comfortable for him.
And here we have, I think we also have in there, I think I just spotted an athlete from Argentina in that group as well. So the Argentinians, of course, have got a few good marathon paddlers.
Yes, they do.
And there he is, yes, that's the Argentinian there, number 21. That is Batusta Itria on the outside there, just got himself into a nice posse.
So as you can see, the German and the Swedish are closing down on this lead group. So
there we have what happened. Look at this. There's all sorts of shenanigans going on there. And look at this. The Chinese saying, "What? I'm going the wrong way. Help me out. I'm facing the wrong way." And yeah, they're not too happy with each other.
Wow.
Oh, no.
They did well to stay up in those conditions as well.
Yeah, I don't know, though, that that's going to be viewed favourably by the judges, to be honest. It's the sort of thing that you can't have in this sort of competition, but that can be sorted out later on, because look at this.
Big group, front group. And there's a few more paddlers trying to catch up.
There's a couple more joining. Wow, so we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8 people. 8 paddlers in that group at the moment.
Charlie and
Oh.
Smith and the Portuguese are...
So the Portuguese paddler who was leading now, he's been shuffled back through the pack and got himself into some trouble there with Charlie Smith. So that's cleared the way now for the lead pack, the lead couple of paddlers. Maybe they want to make a bit of a move. They're coming down now in front of us here at the commentary box. And it looks like it is the Irishman.
Yes, he's doing a great job leading out here, but he needs to also... I don't know why they're going so far
They're
right.
going very wide.
Yeah, that's... They're making the course longer for themselves.
So what's the tactics there? I wonder if they misread the course, or... Because at the moment, they are a long way from where they need to be. There's Hamish Lovemore on screen now, just trying to stay in, and Thorben Rusk there. Now he's looking like he's decided that now is the time to make a move, and I think these 2 or 3 paddlers, Jenna, are going to try and make a move in a moment, just to thin this group out a bit, because it's too big for them at the moment and very uncomfortable.
So the top 3 paddlers here have actually been training together the past few weeks. Thorben Rask, Hamish Lovemore and Ronan Foley have been training together in Silkeborg Kayak Club over the last few weeks, so they would know each other very well. They would love to break away, I think, into a group of 3. It would be the perfect situation for them, as they would be able to pull away from the rest of the competitors. It looks, though, like the Portuguese is back up there and the Argentinian
hasn't come into view yet from our commentary position, but there you go. There is your front. It's actually a group of 5, 6 with the Argentinian, and then hanging on the back, it looks like it's the German, is it, hanging on the back there?
Yeah, it's the German.
Elias Kurth, who we haven't called at all, but he is in that group as well. But it's Hamish Lovemore out front at the moment. There is Ronan Foley. Thorben Rusk sitting on just behind Lovemore. And then there's a couple of paddlers just behind. The Portuguese is there.
Yeah, Charlie Smith in the V-wash, reserving a lot of energy there.
So still a big group, still at least 6 or 7 in this group as we head down on the first of the short laps. Lots can go wrong still, Jenny.
Sure can. And, you know, we've got the first of the short laps, and there's 4 short laps altogether. So there's a nice group away, but you need to try and stay in a good position in this front group. Charlie's in the best seat of the house there at the moment. He's reserving about 25% energy, and you know, if he can reserve that energy now, it means he'll have more of a sprint at the end. So they've made another little bit of a break here.
Yep, they're trying to thin this.
It slows down again.
Yep, as Hamish sits back, he wants someone else to take the lead, to take over. So clears out of the way, and it looks like it's now Thorben Rusk who's taken the lead.
Yeah, Thorben's taking the lead. Hamish is in the V, and Charlie Smith on Thorben's right, and as we look at the screen on the left.
So there are your lead 3, Charlie Smith and the 3 training partners, as Jenny was telling us. He is the infiltrator. He's the guy who's come in and jumped in the group and wants to spoil the party at the moment. And it's really now, as they come down in front of us in the commentary position, it's sort of, it looks like it's a group of 4, and then a little bit of a gap now opening up to the German and the Portuguese and the Argentinian. The Argentinian going out wide, though, Jenny, just trying to make sure, or trying to catch up again.
Surf that wave up.
Yep.
But Thorben is really putting down a marker here. He's trying to break the group down.
The German, though, has managed to bridge the gap, though, and will just hop on the tail of Hamish Lovemore there. So he is still in that group of 5. And then a little bit of a gap now. So a little bit of a gap now to the Portuguese and the Argentinian, who are struggling to stay in touch. The German also looks like any moment now that he could drop off as well. He's worked hard to get in touch, but I don't know that he has enough to stay in touch with these 4 very strong paddlers.
Yeah, you know, those 4 at the front, they're very accomplished distance racers. And the fact that they can all speak to each other and know each other. You know, Charlie would have raced these guys many times and will know them well, and they'll all be talking about trying to change the washes. But you know, when there's a group of 4 or 5, it's going to come down to the line for those medals if it stays together over these next few laps. So they're on their 2nd lap of the 4 short laps.
And now it's Ronan Foley's turn again out in the front position.
And look at Charlie Smith back on that V-wash, just saving energy.
And now the German's still there. He's hanging on at the moment. So a group of 5 at the moment, which is okay at the moment, but another lap or so and that'll start to feel a little bit uncomfortable for some of these paddlers. To have 5 into 3 does not go.
No, it doesn't. And, you know, Charlie's been very smart there. He doesn't need to be on the front washes at the moment. Like I said, it's only the second lap of the 4 short laps. So the more energy he reserves now, the more he'll have at the finish. So Ronan is leading it out with Hamish Lovemore on his left and Torben Rask on his right, with Charlie Smith in the V and the German just hanging on at the back of the wash. They're in 5th position at the moment. So
they've really cleared out now, this 5. It is a race in 5. I can't see anyone from the chasing group making up that ground. So
yeah, and you know, when you're in this group of 5, you have to be really smart about thinking, okay, there's 5 of us, and like you said, we're all going for 3 medals. So you really don't want to be, oh, Hamish.
Oh my goodness, what was he doing? Where was he looking?
Oh my goodness.
He has totally misread that. And look at this now. Torben Rask has seen an opportunity. He's decided to put the foot down. He's going to make it hard now for Hamish Lovemore. That is a crucial error. What was he thinking? The boy is huge. Surely he must have seen it. But now he has put himself in a really difficult position. Have a look at this. Jenny, talk us through it.
Oh, I'm sure Lee and Hank, if they're watching this, are screaming at the TV at the moment.
Torben looks like he's shouted out to him. He's saying, you're on the wrong side, mate.
Yeah.
Torben's seen him. He's seen that he's gone the wrong way. And then
Ronan and Charlie just get around that boy on the right side of it, and the German.
So now we can see a bit of cat and mouse going on now. Torben Rask has put his foot down. He's decided to try and scatter this field because he knows Hamish Lovemore is in big trouble and has a lot of ground to make up. And look what he's done, Jen. It's now been cut back to 3.
Ronan Foley's in a great position now. He just needs to hang on to that wash, and Charlie Smith also. There's 3 of them away. If they can work together now, they will have secured a medal each, not knowing what colour they'll get at this moment in time.
There's Hamish Lovemore. He is desperately, I mean, he's done well. He's actually done well.
He's done very well, but he is going to be
burning
inside.
And there's, I think that's the Lithuanian paddler who's already had trouble with the Chinese paddler. Now he's had a swim, so it hasn't been a great day for him in the 5,000. But let's have a look now. They are on the opposite side of the course. That is your lead 3, and then Hamish Lovemore behind in a group of 2, I think with the German trying to keep in touch there.
He's doing some work to pull back up.
He really, really is. Will he have anything left?
So they're on the 3rd lap now of the 4 short laps. And I'm sure Ronan is thinking, just put a head down, try and keep away from the 3rd and 4th position, or try and keep away from the 4th and 5th positions, try and secure himself a medal at this stage.
Torben just looking over his shoulder, I think he would be very, very annoyed to see that Hamish Lovemore is coming up now. And in fact, there he is.
Oh my goodness.
There he is. He's managed to catch up and put himself back. And now I think we're going to see where the...
That is some comeback.
Yeah. Really, really is. So there's... Oops, there we go. He's had a bad... This time it was the Australian who sent him in, the Lithuanian. So, yeah, that is now a group of 5 again. 4.5, possibly. The German is struggling, but Torben Rask there, maybe he's a little bit annoyed with himself. He had an opportunity to really take Hamish Lovemore out of the equation, but Lovemore has managed to somehow get himself back up there and to be in this challenging group of 4. Well, now looking out the window, it's 4 people, 4 athletes there, and the German, you can just see there we are, the picture, the German's just dropping back a little bit. Hamish Lovemore, that is now this is where he got into trouble the last lap. Might be a good idea to stay on this side of the buoy this time. He's not going to fall for that trick again. But he looks spent though, Jen, doesn't he?
He sure does. It will have cost him a lot of energy getting back to that group. And as you can see, Ronan Foley is sitting in a half V, trying to not let Hamish get up into have a V wash to get his energy back. Ronan's been very smart doing that now.
You sort of feel if he wanted to now, Rask, he could really blow Lovemore out of the water here if he wanted to put the foot down.
Wow, but look at Hamish. He has another gear. He's really trying to come up around onto that side wash.
This has been an amazing comeback.
He's getting Charlie to get up.
This is
do some.
this has got Hank McGregor written all over it, hasn't it? This is a McGregor-like performance at the moment from Hamish.
And look, Rask is going
look
again.
at him go. Rask is going, and Lovemore is not going to let him out of his sights. And now they just settle down again. Rask is thinking, okay, surely you haven't got anything left. I'm going to try and take you out of the equation, but no way. Lovemore is not going anywhere. He just knocks Ronan Foley out of the way.
Yeah. And Ronan's going to get up into that V if he does 10 hard strokes.
So there we go. We're back down to 4. Normal service has been resumed. We must be coming up now. What are we at? 17.5 minutes.
They've got one more lap. And now Hamish is doing to Ronan what Ronan did to him earlier in that lap. He's sitting in that half V, not letting him up into that V-wash. He's thinking, I want this medal. So Ronan really needs to think, what is he going to answer back to him at this stage in the race?
Now, Jen, you've already told us you're not a betting woman, but if you were, who would you like to be on at this stage of the race with 1 lap to go, 4 athletes all together?
I think Rask will take the gold medal, and then I think it'll be fight for the silver and bronze. It's such a difficult situation with 4 athletes coming to the finish line together.
So Thorben Rask from Denmark. He's had a very controlled race. There's been a lot going on around him. A lot of drama, a lot of intrigue. But there he is at the front.
Look, he's picking it up again.
He's not going to let anyone get ahead of him. He's testing. He's testing. I suspect this is for the benefit of Hamish Lovemore. Now we're down to 3.
Yeah, Ronan has just dropped off. So we're down to the top 3 now. We've got Thorben Rask, Charlie Smith and Hamish Lovemore. What a comeback from Hamish.
Unbelievable.
Unbelievable
that he would be now in the hunt for a medal after what happened to him. He'll be kicking himself if he can't get the gold. If he does get the gold, it will be one of the most incredible performances that we've seen.
It will be. To be honest, I think at this stage of the race, after what he's done, I think he's just thinking, get me to that finish line and get a medal.
But
Charlie Smith, what a race by him also. You know, I spoke about how he's such a great long-distance paddler, and he's really proved himself here today. He's also been a phenomenal paddler over K1000 meters. He was a finalist last year at senior level at the World Championships, so he's got a great racing head also, and you know, he's so tactically aware. He trains in Nottingham Canoe Club. He's part of the Norm Plan, coached and trained by Norman Mason, very famous paddler there. And you know, they've got a great club system, like in Silkeborg, like in South Africa. They really have it down to the T, and you know, that's what's important. And to have fun and have great sessions every day with your friends, and you know, push each other. And look at this, Thorben, I don't think he's going to give up his top spot. It's going to be a fight for silver and bronze, I think, between Charlie and Hamish.
And it'd be first medals for the week for Great Britain and first medals for South Africa, I think, for the week. I don't think they've picked up a medal yet. So
yeah,
there are the support crew from Hamish Lovemore. They are still running alongside him. Geeing him on, and there's someone else has taken a swim, unfortunately. But now we're in the race. This is the sprint. Will Hamish Lovemore drop a gear here? Has he got anything left to go? Charlie Smith doesn't look like it. Thorben Rask, look at this. Look at this.
He is going for that gold medal.
Hamish Lovemore is spent. He's got nothing more. Charlie Smith chasing him down, trying to get to Thorben Rask, but it's all in vain. Thorben Rask has had control of this race for a couple of laps now, and he's now heading towards the gold medal. A fantastic performance from this Dane and a wonderful win. Charlie Smith, congratulations to you for the silver, and an absolutely exhausted Hamish Lovemore will cross over here for the bronze after really crueling his own chances by that crucial mistake. And there you have, Jen, you talked about the friendship. Look at them. They are very happy to have just got to the finish line. And there's your man, Ronan Foley, coming in fourth spot.
Yeah, and he's done a great race, you know, brilliant race here today. Just that last lap, he dropped off the leading pack, but he can take a lot of positives from this race. And, you know, he has another year under 23.
Hamish Lovemore, I'm sure it would be such a mix of emotions right now, wouldn't it, for him? He's just...
I think at this stage he's so happy that he was able to catch back up and get that medal. Like, that was phenomenal. I have to say, I really didn't think he was going to do it. Thorben put down a big lead at that point in time, and then he changed leads, and then Hamish managed to get back up into that pack, that front pack. So Well done to Hamish Lovemore. I'm sure Lee and Hank are looking on thinking, yes, you made a silly mistake, but you did do a great pullback to that front group to claim a bronze medal for South Africa here at these World Championships.
And the first medal for the South Africans. First medal for the Team GB as well.
Yeah, Charlie did a phenomenal race. And, you know, it's his last year under 23, so he's going to be extremely happy with that to finish his under 23 sprinting career with a bronze medal at the World Championships. And, you know, it's great to see these athletes being able to race 5,000 metres at the Junior and Under 23 World Championships. It just shows the interest that there is. You know, 35 competitors on the line for the K1 men 5,000 metres Under 23. It bodes so well for the future, and hopefully the ICF will see how interested people are on this, and they'll continue to progress this event into the future.
I'm sure they will. It's always a great spectacle and a fantastic race there in the end. You mentioned this is Charlie Smith's last year. It's also Hamish Lovemore's last year, but Thorben has another year, I think, in under 23, so he'll get a chance to defend his world title next year. And wow, I don't know who could possibly knock him off on his form at the moment, but next year is a long way away.
Yeah, and I'm sure Jonas, the coach in Silkeborg, will be extremely happy with Thorben winning the gold medal here today, along with Thorben's father is here. You know, they're a big canoeing family, the Rasks. His sister, Catherine Rask, is also a great athlete, and I'm sure she's celebrating at home her brother's gold medal.
And there he is coming in now. He's staying in the same hotel that we're at, and he's just been so relaxed all week and looking like he's just enjoying himself being here.
I think he just loves racing, you know that, and you know, Denmark have such a depth of paddlers, especially in the long distance races as well, like Mads, Brad Pedersen, unbelievable athlete, and he's preparing at home now for the World Championships to try and defend his title. He's had a phenomenal season already, European champion, short and long course. And here we have Thorben Rask becoming under 23, the inaugural world champion at under 23 level in the K1 5,000 metres.
And next year I think we're going to Denmark for the Marathon World Championships.
Yes,
Jen.
that's correct.
So wow, what a spectacle that will be for the home crowd there. They could well go out and try and sweep the board with the depth of talent they have. But of course there'll be a very determined Irish woman there trying to stop them.
And now we can see, look at Emma Jorgensen, double Olympic medalist there from Tokyo 2021, watching on, celebrating Denmark's gold medal here today.
And the South Africans have finished running now, so that's good. They were running alongside Hamish Lovemore.
The passion, like, you know, I'm sure they really inspired him to get back up to that lead group, and I will never, like I said, forget the atmosphere in Pietermaritzburg that time. It's electric, and nothing can compare to having people on the banks like cheering you on and being so enthusiastic and passionate and dancing and singing.
So here's where the race was lost, unfortunately. He just was looking over his shoulder and he's looked back, and all of a sudden he's realised he's on the wrong side of the buoy, and he's had to back. What did that cost him? About 10 seconds, 20 seconds, I suppose?
Oh, even more,
So let's have a look here. Here he goes. He's all of a sudden realised, so now he's got to get back. And, yeah, that has cost him some valuable time there, and the effort he had to make to try and get back up to that lead group. It was too much in the end because Thorben, he was looking over, there he goes. Rask was looking over his shoulder. He thought, okay, now I'll put a little bit of distance in here and make him work if he wants to get back in touch. And in the end, when we had that sprint at the end, normally you would expect, wouldn't you, Jen, that Hamish Lovemore would be able to go with Rask and push him all the way to the line. Yeah,
he has a great turn of speed, Hamish. And, you know, if he had had more energy at the end, I think he probably would have gone for it. Who's to know what would have happened? But look, he has to be seriously, obviously he made a mistake, but to have that comeback that he did, it's unbelievable how he got back up to that lead group. So it just shows the level of an athlete he is and the reserves he has for hard times throughout racing. He can deal with those bad moments. And there's Charlie Smith being greeted by his mum and dad, very supportive family, and very proud of Charlie here today. And I'm sure his girlfriend Sam Reese-Clark will be happy at home. And
you go.
That's my boy. He says, that's my boy. Yes, it is your boy. And he is a world champion and very deserved world champion as well. Fantastic. The spread of medals continues on this final day of racing. The 5,000 metre races were billed as an exciting finale, and they've lived up to their reputation. It's been a fantastic day of racing so far. As I mentioned, unfortunately, we can't bring you the stream of the juniors. We're very disappointed about that, but there's nothing we can do. I hope you've enjoyed the racing we've been able to bring you today. We've seen some quality racing in the sprint and the 5,000 metres, and really an exciting look at the future for our sport across juniors and under 23s, the athletes who will be leading the charge. Some of them will be eyeing off Paris. Most of them will be eyeing off Los Angeles, and some of them will be looking at Brisbane in 2032. And this is their future, and they've come out this weekend and really put on a bit of a show. And Jen, I think it's fair to say that the future of canoe sprint is looking bright.
It sure is, Ross. Like you said, this is the next generation coming through, and what a great championships it has been. It's been phenomenal. It's been such a privilege to sit alongside you here, Ross, and commentate over these past 3 days. I think we had 16 finals day on Friday, 18 finals yesterday, and now we've commentated on 14 finals today.
14 today, yes, indeed.
So thank you so much for having me, Ross.
Jen, you've actually made the commentary. It's been fantastic having you here and getting your insights into some of these events and some of the thinking that goes with the athletes. It's really been a privilege to have you on board, so thank you. I apologise that there were a lot more finals than I told you there were going to be.
No,
you
it's been great, Ross, so thank you.
You'll never trust an Australian ever again. But it's been fantastic. Thank you so much, Jen, and there's been a lot of support from the viewers. Very happy to have you as part of the commentary team. It's been a great honour to be able to bring this to you. I hope you've enjoyed it. Apologies once again that we have to wind it up now, but the Hungarian Television Network have other commitments that they've got to take all the equipment, they've got to pack it all up and head off to some other commitment, which is far less important, of course, than the canoe sprint. But who are we to tell them that this should be their priority? But as in the background, Thorben Rusk and Charlie Smith, I think, just went for a swim. They just dived into the water.
Yeah, it's Thorben and Hamish, I think.
Is it? Yeah, they've gone in for a dip to celebrate. And Aneska Paladova there, very happy with her bronze medal.
And rightly so. And you know, it's so nice to see how much a medal means to these athletes. And I'm sure her boyfriend Joseph Dostal will be at home watching. Well, he better be, or else he might get a little bit of grief.
There's going to be some quiz. He's going to be quizzed on. The first question will be, what did you think happened at the 2 kilometre mark, darling? Melinda Anderson, a fantastic, very brave race from the Swede.
Excellent race to pull back up, or to pull up to that front group. And her boyfriend also, Martin Natal, back in Sweden, will be very proud of her, I'm sure.
We'll be testing you too, my friend, so you better get your notes. Just go over your notes again, make sure you know what you're talking about, because you might have to sleep on the couch otherwise. But this young lady, wow, we're going to see her for a couple more years yet at this level, which is just frightening for most people, I'm sure. But what a fantastic race, a deserved world champion, fantastic athlete to boot, and just one of the great poster girls for our sport. She's a complete package.
Yeah, for sure. You know, she's always so friendly and nice, and always stops to say hello. And you know, to be a great athlete is one thing, but to be an all-round great person is what you want to aim for.
Well, to be an ambassador for the sport, Jen, that's what we need.
Yeah, for sure.
Great ambassadors. We're going to wrap it up there now, folks. Again, thank you so much for your company over the last 3 days or so. It's been a long World Championships. We've seen some fantastic names launched. We've seen some exciting athletes for the future. We hope you've enjoyed our coverage. Don't forget, next week, if you're a stand-up paddling fan, we will be bringing you the stand-up paddling World Championships coming to you from Poland, from Gdansk in Poland. It begins, I think, on Wednesday. It's one great event after another when you're at the ICF, I tell you. So if you are a stand-up paddling fan, even if you're not, check it out next week and see what all the fuss is about, because it's a very exciting sport. Jen, once again, thank you so much for being with us on this broadcast. Thank you to everyone else involved in getting this to air. We hope you've enjoyed these championships. Stay safe, keep paddling, and we'll see you all again soon.
Hölgyeim és uraim, a 2022. évi világbajnokság érmesei. Gratulálunk! Ladies and gentlemen, the medalists of the World Championships. Congratulations! Négy futam van még vissza az U23-asok után, következnek az ifjúsági versenyzők 5 kilométeren. Elsőként 14 óra 45 perckor a kenus hölgyek, őket követik majd 15 óra 35 perckor a kenus férfiak, ifjúsági 5 kilométeren. 16 óra 20 perc lesz a rajtideje a kajak 1-es női ifjúsági 5 kilométernek, és 17 óra 5 perckor rajtol majd a kajak 1-es férfi 5 kilométeres versenyszám. Ladies and gentlemen, we have junior 5,000 meter races left. The first one starts at 14:45 and it will be the 5 kilometer final for junior women in C1. Attention please, the team leader of Australia is kindly requested to come to the finish tower. The team leader of Australia, please come to the chief judge. Thank you.